Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market, people trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code setmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know, and if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy at Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader, and will the US confirm that aliens exist before 2027. So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use Set Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is Set from Set Media, and shout out to Kalshi. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, coming back with another one, man. All right, we got some pretty breaking news. Iran and Israel has struck Iran, and Iran is now retaliating, hitting U.S. bases in Bahrain and other, Arab countries. And but before, Israel and the U.S. carried out a preemptive strike in Tehran, decimating military targets. Let's go ahead and get right into it with a word from our president.
Ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts.
Let's be real. I thought it was about their nuclear capabilities. Then we X that out. Then we move on to their ballistic missiles. Now it's no longer about the ballistic missiles. Now it's also about their proxies. And here's the thing. All those are a danger to, most of them are a danger to Israel and not the U.S. Let's just be honest right there. That's one of the reasons why Israel took that preemptive strike. And then here's the concerning part. As we speak, there are military bases being struck in Bahrain. I mean, here's a video right here. Let's go ahead and get right into the video. This is in Bahrain. That was a U.S. military base.
Okay. All right. I do it, my love first, please. I'm going.
And there are other military bases being struck throughout the region in the Middle East. I'll go ahead and get more footage and locations for you as these strikes are happening, because when Israel struck not Tehran, but Iran, they started releasing their missiles as well. There's places that's been Israel stuck, like in Holland, and places in Bahrain that I just showed that's been struck. So they're striking Israel and military bases in the region. That was the U.S. What was it? I believe that was U.S. fifth headquarters. Yes, the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain.
And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the...
Here's going to be one of the main criticisms that, well, Iran never had a nuclear weapon. We never exposed plans for them to build a nuclear weapon or to have this set up. So, yeah, if it's about nuclear weapons, I mean, we're going in on something that we never proved that they had. Now, we know they got ballistic missiles. We know they fund proxies. That's for sure. But the nuclear weapons, we have no confirmation on.
Regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. Mm-hmm. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades.
Look, guys, I'm going to go ahead and give y'all the real. And also, make sure to double tap that screen like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation. But I'm going to give you the real. We came in there talking about nukes that Iran was ready to give up. We said, look, bro, just make sure you don't enrich uranium past 3%. They were ready to do that. They come in again, probably most likely ready to sign the deal. We're like, yeah, we actually got to take out your ballistic missiles. And they're like, whoa, what does that have to do with our nuclear capability? And they're like, all right, well, maybe we can work something out on that side. Then they come in again and we're like, not only do we want to dismantle all your ballistic missiles, weapon defense system, and we also want you to stop funding the proxies. That's when Iran said, yeah, we're not doing none of that.
In decades, they've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas. Actually, were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their...
I'll be real with you. It's not for us. I mean, let's be real. Their missiles, they can never hit the United States homeland. Of course, they can hit these military bases, but if we don't F with Iran like we're doing now, well, that wouldn't have happened. I mean, the only reason we're truly going to war with Iran is for Israel to gain power in the Middle East, and Iran is the only country in their way of doing that.
Missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
There's never going
This
to.
regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties.
Bro.
That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future.
Yeah, Gordon. The problem is, though, this does not benefit America whatsoever. This benefits Israel. This helps Israel gain power in the Middle East, but not us. And yeah, we realize that's all about influence. But if we're doing this for Israel to gain influence in the Middle East, this is not going to help us. When Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz, like they're most likely going to do within the next 48 hours, gas prices are going to skyrocket. Gas price already went up 30% just off of them running naval drills. So, I mean, how is Trump going to explain these skyrocketing gas prices to the people? Oh, well, Iran? Like, we're not hearing that. But, well, let's get ready for the gaslighting, people.
Is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest.
All right, and we also got a military base in Iraq. Yeah, a military base in Iraq that was attacked possibly by Iranian-backed groups. We got the video right here. So this is it right here. So, and that's it in the background. And like I said, guys, I'm getting it as it comes in, all the war footage, or well, pretty much all the bombing footages. So we got places in Iraq that's been bombed so far in Bahrain. Let's go down to another one. Breaking footage of Iranian missiles hitting Jerusalem.
الله أعلم هدول شظايا ولا صواريخ.
Yeah.
هايهم بجورة العناب يا أولاد العم، بجورة العناب نزلوا. الله أعلم هدول شظايا ولا صواريخ.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen, because who else gonna give you it like this? All right, and then there's missile impacts in Holon, Israel. So, like I said, when they did that preemptive strike on Iran, they immediately responded. Immediately. This is why we said it was a bad idea.
Minimum autobusi misri malchu. Minimum autobusi misri malchu. 20 autobusi امبارح خلخو.
All right, though, let's go ahead and get back to President Trump.
In the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance.
Oh, no, it won't be theirs to take. Israel's going to take it. That's going to be the worst part about it. But, hey, history will remember Trump saying this. We'll be like, well, I thought it was going to be for the Iranian people to take. whilst the Iranian people have no say in how Iran's governed going into the future.
For generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight.
Oh my
Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America.
Here's the worst part. It's just like, look, yeah, I mean, y'all said, oh no, this is for the citizens. Well, when the Iranian army starts fighting inside these civilian buildings, you bomb them and kill civilians, then what? You're gonna hit us with the Hamas excuse for every civilian death when we told you this was what was gonna happen? But hey, it is what it is. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get on over to Fox News. Initial targets in Iran attack revealed. So let's go ahead and get into it.
Fox News Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, good morning. The operation has...
Oh, guys, make sure to support the stream with any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Or you can go ahead and hit me on the Venmo, which doubles the support.
Began, and you have some insight on what may have been some of the initial targeting.
That's right, Griff. But before I get to those initial targets, we can confirm that there were sirens not only in Bahrain, but also Qatar. That is significant because it suggests incoming missiles into both of those countries where the U.S. military has key bases. In Bahrain, of course, home to the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet, we are hearing reports that there is smoke rising on the horizon in the vicinity of that base. We also understand that, you know, again, Qatar would be a logical target because Al Udeid would be the largest U.S. air base in the Middle East. They obviously have removed a lot of the airframes and warplanes from that base in anticipation of this. Americans who are living in Bahrain, UAE, Qatar have been told to shelter in place. And
hey, shout out to my man Captain Alimar. He says, great coverage, bro. Keep it up. Hey, I appreciate that. Don't worry. We're gonna go through everything that comes out, all the strikes. As soon as it comes out, guys, I'm gonna show it to you.
The U.S. military had dispersed a lot of its personnel. Remember, there were about 30,000 to 40,000 American troops at bases across the Middle East, but the U.S. military over the last 2 months have been drawing down and reorienting those individuals. Now, here are some of the targets that we can confirm in these dozens of strikes that have taken place in the last 3.5, 4 hours. The Iranian parliament was targeted.
Damn.
The National Supreme Council was targeted.
Hey, yo. So let's see. The Iranian parliament was targeted. So, okay, so we got their parliament, which pretty much is their governing board. They vote on the laws and all that good stuff. So they took out pretty much their governing order, government building. And what else was hit?
The Iranian parliament was targeted. The National Supreme Council was targeted. Ministry of Intelligence, Iranian Atomic Energy Agency. Cyber attacks have taken place on news agencies such as IRNA, which is the state-run news organization. The internet is out in Iran, as far as we know, so it's going to be very difficult for civilians in Iran to get the information about what's occurring right now. There are unconfirmed reports that Iran's defense minister was targeted, as well as the head of the judiciary. That would be significant because the head of the judiciary would have delivered many death sentences, thousands of death sentences to protesters over the years. So it would be logical that he...
All right, so pretty much blew up what would be their Congress building, you know, in relation to us, and pretty much took out their intelligence building, like somebody striking our FBI or CIA buildings. And then, of course, what was the last thing she talked about was...
would have delivered many death sentences, thousands of death sentences to protesters over the years. So it would be logical that he would have been a target. But what's clear, Griff, from these initial strikes is that this is an attempt at regime change. We've talked in recent days about how broad would this mission be? Would it be only the nuclear sites? Would it be the nuclear sites plus the ballistic missile storage sites, which Israel was very concerned about and had pressed the U.S. to include as part of the targeting? Now it is extremely clear that this is a targeted, the strikes are targeting Iran's leadership, including the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who Lucas Tomlinson was reporting took power over 37 years ago. He took over in 1989. He's the longest serving leader in the Middle East. And his compound was targeted in the early hours, in maybe even the first strike that took place. That is symbolic and that is significant. And you heard the president appeal to the Iranian people, saying that this moment is a moment in history that you should seize. After the bombing stops, he appealed to them to rise up, and he said, the hour of your freedom is now.
Yeah, he pretty much told the Iranian people, like, look, once we're done striking, take over your institutions, take them all over. But then it's just like, yeah, that'd be nice, but we're acting like Iran isn't shooting back right now. Like they've been disabled from firing back, and they're firing back as we speak, aka the military is still a go. We didn't disable their military. We struck key facilities, but all these facilities that we struck doesn't really, hinder their military capability, as we're seeing now.
He said, stay in your house until we're finished. But this is the moment that you can take over your government and seize power. That is significant because we weren't sure that this was going.
Oh, yeah, and it was a huge strike in Tehran. Huge. Like, let me go ahead and show you the aftermath of the footage right here. Huge strike.
به دست ما رسیده از تجاوز هوایی آمریکا و رژیم صهیونیستی به تهران و شهر کشور که در قاب شبکه خبر این تصاویر رو مشاهده می‌کنید. بر اساس اعلام منابع خبری علاوه بر تهران، ساعتی قبل صدای چند انفجار در برخی شهرها از جمله اصفهان، قم، برخی مناطق استان لرستان، کرمانشاه، کرج و تبریز هم شنیده شده. شما آخرین تصاویری که به دست ما رسیده رو از قاب شبکه خبر مشاهده می‌کنید.
So yes, that's what the side in Tehran looks like. This is the footage from the U.S. Fifth Fleet facility in Bahrain.
يا علي يا علي ضربت يا علي يا علي سامي دا تحمل مسؤولية أنت تحمل مسؤولية.
And everybody's freaking out all over the Middle East. Like, trust me, they do not like that we did this because they know that Iran was going to strike all the military bases as well in their countries. So let's see how this plays out, guys, because as of right now, Israel and the U.S. are striking Iran as Iran is striking back, mainly striking, U.S. bases and, places in Israel.
To be a regime change operation, but it's very clear from the initial set of targets that that is exactly what it is, Griff.
Jennifer, just as you were starting your reporting there, we're seeing on the wires that Bahrain is confirming the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet has been targeted by a missile attack, and the president adding in that video message that American casualties are a real possibility here as we wake up now and learn of this major joint combat operation between the U.S. and Israel is launched. This could pose a significant threat to Americans in this operation.
I think what's significant, Griff, is that the American people and even...
Oh, guys, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support. Make sure you double tap that screen. All right, let's go.
And the president himself have been used to carrying out some very significant military operations in which there were no U.S. casualties. The operation in Venezuela last summer, the days of striking during the 12-day war, targeting.
Yeah, but this is going to be a bigger operation. Those were one-day operations. We struck them, we left, and that was it. According to Trump, we're going to be continuing doing this into the next day and the day after, to however long it takes to topple the Iranian regime, if that's even possible. But we don't know if that's what's going to be the results of this. But as of right now, the places that Iran has Iran has struck is cities in Israel, bases in United Emirates, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. These are places that's all getting attacked by Iran right now as we speak. Does that sound like a country that's ready to be toppled over? Well, we'll see. It may be. Hey, things may get better for the U.S. plans within the next 3 days.
The nuclear sites. It's significant that the U.S. has not put ground troops in the Middle East. So that is a big difference from the 2003 Iraq War. There's been no large buildup of any sort of ground forces. That is not part of the planning or part of the calculation. This is going to be an air and Navy operation. But again, the Iranians, while they may have been stunned and surprised in the initial hours, and it took them about 3.5 to 4 hours before they launched their first missiles toward Israel and now toward the U.S. base in Bahrain and as well as in Qatar. They were likely, the command and control was likely disrupted in those initial hours. There was likely some electronic warfare that caused it so they couldn't figure out which way anything was coming and how to, and then it was difficult to fire those missiles. But now you can expect in the coming hours and days, the Iranians have a large store of missiles, and they have mobile missile launchers in the west. And at the narrowest point in the Strait of Hormuz, it's just 21 miles across. So those cruise missiles can be fired, and ballistic missiles, and it takes literally minutes before they reach their target.
Exactly. And this is going to be a huge problem because when Iran most likely shuts down the Strait of Hormuz because they can and they have the military power to do so, that's going to be a huge problem. But I wonder what Trump's going to tell the American people, because a lot of MAGA like myself did not want war with Iran because we knew this was going to happen. And this could cause a global economic, global economic turmoil. That's the problem with a lot of these. Oh, let's go to war with Iran and bomb them. They're not I'm be real with you. They're not long-term thinkers. They can't think past Friday. And that's the problem with the guys who want a strike with Iran or war with Iran. You don't see the repercussions going to happen down the line that's going to hurt your everyday American citizen. But you're going to see it now.
So that is very hard to defend against, even if you have Patriot missile defense systems and THAAD missile systems. And so the U.S. military had done a really good job of drawing down at those bases. I doubt there were more than a few dozen people at the Bahrain headquarters of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet. So again, the president preparing the American people that there could be casualties, and that that's unfortunately a side effect of an outcome of war. And
that's the thing that the American people don't want. One, if they're the casualties, that's what's going to hit Trump. The rising gas prices, that's also going to hit Trump. And if this war gets drawn out 4 months, it's going to be the biggest I told you so ever. It's going to be we've been knew this was going to get dragged out. We've been knew this wasn't going to be in a short operation. And all you guys that was saying that, oh, this is going to be just like Venezuela, I'm be real with you. Y'all sound like a bunch of retards right now. But let's see, because you know what? I hope it works out like that. Trust me, I do, but it's very unlikely.
But again, the American people have gotten used to having no casualties in these recent, very successful operations that the military has carried out. That may not be the case with this. This is a much different operation involving many, many more troops and airmen and sailors. And it is, very possible there can be accidents as well as strikes by the Iranians. That cannot be ruled out at this point.
And as we learn more, Jennifer, we'll find out exactly how this initial operation started. But I think it was very fascinating that you brought up, of course, the invasion of Iraq in 2003, a ground invasion. And the force posture at that time had 5 U.S. carrier strike groups in the Mediterranean, in the Arabian Sea, in the Persian Gulf. This time we've had 2, the Lincoln in the Arabian Sea and the Ford in the Mediterranean, a different posture. But one thing that we have now that we didn't have then is the technology to advance map some of those defense systems that Iran has, particularly using our F-22 Raptors, seeing that unprecedented positioning of a dozen Raptors sitting on the tarmac and Ovid Air Base in Israel. And talk to me about the technology of how the F-22, the Raptor, and its technology to go in and map the air defense systems, working in conjunction with our elite F-35s. It's been described as a little bit of a 1-2 punch. You've got a quarterback, the F-35, and the F-22, the assassin, how that may have played a role here in helping critically disable Iran's missile defense system.
Well, I think it's probably premature to say that their missile defense system has been disabled at this point. Certainly last summer, it was degraded significantly from those strikes. And you're right that F-22s and F-35s would have been involved in.
Yeah, their missile defense system has been degraded, but oh man, the propaganda starts already. But yeah, their missile defense system is degraded, but they're striking places in where? Israel. They're striking military bases, but oh no, their missile to weapon defense system has been degraded. I mean, come on now. Come on.
Taking out some of those missile launchers. But as we mentioned, many of these missile launchers are mobile and they're very difficult to track down. You're right that the U.S. has been mapping the sites as well, the fixed sites, as well as much of using, I mean, we have the National Geospatial Agency uses satellites, and those satellites, you can see, you know, a pin on the ground. They are so clear. And so they have been mapping using numerous surveillance technologies in recent months and over the past year. So the F-22s, what's significant about that, Griff, is that this is the first time in history that the F-22s have been deployed and based in Israel. In the past, the U.S. military would not base warplanes to take off from Israel. But what we're seeing, because of the lack of runways and airspace and tarmacs, because they have drawn down from Al Udeid and Al Dhafra in the Gulf.
Oh, yo, and shout out to Connie for sending in a flower for 30 jewels. Appreciate the support. Oh God, you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read out loud, engage with it. Just $2 and up, you know, help us get to that $100 goal, so we can open up the call-in line.
Having to find more space for those planes, but the F-22s being in Israel, along with those 14 air refueling tankers, that suggests to me that this is going to be happening over a number of days, if not longer, and there are going to be waves of strikes. And we have just seen the first launch. And I, as I was mentioning earlier, most likely the initial launch was carried out by Tomahawk missiles. You would do that, and you would also use standoff weapons that can be fired from outside of the outside of Iranian airspace to protect your forces and your planes while you see what the Iranian missile defense and air defense systems, which ones have survived, how many have survived, and you'll know that pretty soon after this initial launch.
And just lastly, Jennifer, as our viewers are waking up with combat operations just starting, let's talk about sort of the last we heard of negotiations. The foreign minister to Oman, Badr al-Busaidi, did an interview with CBS's Margaret Brennan saying that peace was still within reach and saying that Iran was possibly willing to give up their enrichment program. What do you make of that?
Well, I think the problem is...
No, they were willing to give up their enrichment program. The problem is that, well, Israel kind of saw a different threat. They were like, oh, well, we thought it was only your nuclear weapon program that was a threat to us, but honestly, it's your ballistic missile program that is too, because the 12-day war proved that when all of their, well, a good amount of their missiles was actually landing inside of Israel, regardless of the Iron Dome. So that's why we have this goalpost move from nuclear enrichment to their ballistic missiles, because it's a threat to Israel, not us, but Israel. But all right, let's go ahead and see what Bibi Netanyahu got to say, or what the Israelis are saying. Let's get over to Al Jazeera.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also made an address to the nation saying that the attack on Iran has been launched to remove, quote, an existential threat. Netanyahu added a call for the Iranian people to take their fate into their own hands.
Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and U.S. forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able.
Oh my God, BB! Like once again, with no proof whatsoever that Iran was going towards a nuke, they've made laws saying that they will never go towards a nuke, and they've stated that we have the right to maintain a peaceful nuclear program, which they do. They do. And they have the right to defend themselves and have ballistic missiles. But according to Israel, that's a right that, I mean, they just don't have, apparently. They don't have a right to defend themselves. And that's really the argument that they're putting before the Iranians. Pretty much saying that you don't have a right to have a nuclear enrichment program. You don't have the right to defend yourselves or to proxy. You know what? I'm in agreement with the proxy. But to the right to defend themselves, I mean, come on now. You actually thought they were going to accept that? Even if, and I know as Americans, we wish they would accept that. But we all know they wasn't.
Able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, the representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapons, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Baluch, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation, this is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny.
Well, some Israelis have expressed their support for the decision to attack Iran.
So once again, just like Trump, they're saying, look, we're striking them. We need you guys to take over, or this isn't really going to work out the way we want. And it's kind of like, you know, the U.S. and Israel both admitting that, yo, these strikes aren't enough to take out your government. We know that. We acknowledge that. So we need the Iranian people to go in there and take over once we weaken the government. I mean, basically, we're trying again. We couldn't do it with the so-called revolution with the Mossad agents and the CIA agents giving the protesters weapons. We couldn't do it like that. So now we're just going to use full-on military force in hopes that it weakens the regime enough for the people to take over. Let's see if it works.
Everything is going to be okay. It's about time. I don't want to wait anymore for what's coming. Now it's coming. Let's finish it and let's start the day. We got Purim in 3 days, celebration of freedom. And it's kind of the history repeats itself because it was with Iran in Diamond Passion and it's coming back.
The attack about Israel and the American attack on Iran, that I think it's something we had to do. We see our enemies trying to get us back into war and to attack and threaten us, and they didn't have enough. And we need.
Iran didn't threaten nobody. Iran has threatened nobody. That's the wildest part about this. If anything, Iran has actually shown more restraint than Israel. Israel's the one that attacked like 7 countries in the past 2 years. You know how much Iran attacked? Like, you know, first, nobody. The war they got in with Israel is because Israel attacked them first. So it's kind of funny we're painting Iran as this radical regime who just does all this like crazy stuff when, I'm gonna be real with you, the Israeli government proved to be the radical regime that you can't put a collar on.
To protect ourselves. And I think with the Arab enemies, we noticed, I'm 43, I've knew some wars in my life, that we have to be the first. We have to establish that we are strong, we are not scared, and we are here to protect our land.
To say the truth, I'm quite surprised that Israel is the first one to attack. I was expecting the United States to attack first. I'm not sure that it's good for Israel to be the first one, but once it's taken and once it's done, I think, and the hope for a great change in the Mediterranean.
And guys, remember, they're all under the mindset that this is going to end within, like, I'm be real with you, a month at most. They're under that mindset. And you know what? I hope they're right, because if they're not, it's going to be terrible for Israel, because they're going to get relentlessly struck by missiles, relentlessly. We're going to be sitting over here in America just kicking back, watching it, but they're going to be the ones really going through it.
Let's bring back Noor O'Day in Ramallah once again. Noor, very interesting from what we heard there from that sample of Israelis. One woman there saying it's something that we had to do. We have to establish that we are strong. This is something that the Israeli government has been feeding to Israelis time and time again.
Yep. that Iran is just this radical regime. They're going to attack us any minute. Oh, remember? Oh, they're 5 days away from a bomb. And that was told to us like, what, 20 years ago? And then repeatedly told to us. And we never had no proof that they had a bomb. But for some reason, we got people who are just, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I wish some people were a little smarter because the pattern recognition was so obvious. Like, bro, it's the same thing they used for Iraq that they used for Iran. It's the copy and paste, and we fell for it again. Weapons of mass destruction that were not there. Oh, Iran got nukes that we know they don't got. We know that they don't got it. Now it's about what? Ballistic missiles. And they said, oh, when we take out Saddam, positive reverberations throughout the Middle East. Oh, we take out Khomeini, positive reverberations throughout the Middle East. Did that happen when it came to Iraq? No. But for some reason, you don't realize the pattern recognition of what's going on right now. Crazy.
Absolutely. Attacking Iran, opposing Iran, trying to topple the government in Tehran is basically a point of consensus in Israeli politics. We even heard from Yair Lapid, the head of the opposition in Israel's Knesset a few days ago, saying if there is a confrontation with Iran, there would be no government and opposition. Israel would be united. And Benjamin Netanyahu is banking on that. He understands that nobody can oppose a confrontation with Iran, the most favored enemy, if one can say that, for lack of a better word. This is a confrontation that Netanyahu is framing as existential, even though there is no evidence that Iran has nuclear grades weapon capability, that Iran has never initiated an attack on Israel. Israel, a nuclear power, has, on the other hand, attacked Iran several times, but the doctrine in Israel is one of dominance. The doctrine in this Israeli right-wing government is one where Israel must be the dominant hegemon, militarily, politically, and economically. Confronting Iran and changing the regime is in line with that policy, with that doctrine, and there is jubilation in political circles that Donald Trump has agreed with Benjamin Netanyahu on that issue.
All right, Noor, thank you for now. Noor O'Day in Ramallah there for us. Well,
all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to the next video here at ABC News.
But let's talk about just these past few months, from the demonstrations in Iran that were taking place, but also these negotiations between U.S. and Iran that were also going on.
They have been ongoing, these negotiations, but if you remember, President Trump at first threatened to go after Iran in the last month because of the massive protests that you saw across Iran, and thousands killed, thousands of protesters, according to human rights groups who are keeping.
My bad, guys. My bad. What I was pretty much saying was, isn't it kind of funny how they were sitting here talking about, oh, Iran's nuclear defense, well, not nuclear, but missile defense has been degraded. Really? You sure about that? Because they done struck like 4 countries within the past 2 hours, guys. I just want to let y'all know this. 4 or 5 countries in the past 2 hours, but we got Fox News talking about their missile system has been degraded. No, if anything, it's been advanced. And they're most likely going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and we're going to see high gas prices. I mean, gas prices went up when they were just running a naval drill. So please spare me, guys. But let's get back to it.
Track of this, the president threatened Iran, and then he has talked very little about the protests. That is not the reason that President Trump wanted to go into Iran. He talked about these nuclear sites. Just at the State of the Union, the president said that he wanted to make sure that Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon. But he also said at the State of the Union that the U.S. had obliterated the nuclear facilities inside Iran. That is clearly not the case if he wants to go back and get rid of the enriched uranium. He wants to make sure these facilities.
Oh, guys, is the audio good? Just put a thumbs up in the chat.
Are destroyed. I have to say it's quite unusual that they would go after Tehran in the daytime. I think one of the reasons that President Trump in the past, in his first term, didn't want to go after Iran, they were worried about killing people. That is obviously collateral damage, innocent people. We don't know what we are looking at in terms of the strike in Tehran. But it is clearly in broad daylight and people are likely on the streets. During these negotiations, I think one thing to remember is that as of yesterday, when these negotiations and the president said he wasn't happy with them, the Iranians surely knew this would happen and would happen soon, that this wasn't just a show of force. President Trump was very serious about taking action.
I mean, trust me, I'm pretty sure the Iranians seen it coming from the negotiations and how it was working out. It's like, think about it. They walk in talking about nuclear enrichment. They're like, okay, we can give you a deal on that. No problem. And then they walk in again and they're talking about, oh, yeah, well, not only do we want you to, no, like, we don't even want you to have a nuclear enrichment program whatsoever, not downgrade your nuclear enrichment to 3%. We don't want you to have one whatsoever. And they're like, okay, hold on now. I don't think we could do that. But they were willing to hear us out. Then they walk in again. And like I said, we're talking about not only do we want you to have no nuclear program, but you can have no ballistic missiles either. And you got to stop funding all your proxies that get in the way of Israel's taking over of the Middle East. Like all that got to stop. And that's where Iran hit us with the hell no, which was expected. Like I said, I wish they took the deal, but come on now, let's be real.
According to the information obtained from these two corrupt regimes, referring, of course, to the Israelis and Americans, their operations will continue in Tehran and some other cities. The government.
I'm weak. So yes, Iran under attack. The attack carried out by the Zionist regime and the United States against Iran are clear examples of armed aggression. I mean, well, obviously. All right, yeah. And shout out to my man Captain. He says, how much of this is to distract from the files? Most of it. I'll be real with you. You know what? I know a lot of people want to say this distraction from the files, but not really. It's been brewing for a while. Israel's been talking about war with Iran for like 2 decades now. This has just been something that's been coming up for a while. And Trump is the one that's finally giving the Israelis what they've been asking for about 2 decades now, which is a damn shame, by the way. Like he said, no new wars. And like I said, this has not been drawn out as a war yet. But let it be a week, and Iran's still out here throwing missiles, and we're still throwing missiles inside of Iran, and that's exactly what it's going to be. When their first U.S. casualty happened, I mean, when they closed down the Strait of Hormuz, that's when things are going to get bad. And trust me, it's going to be, you know what? It will be a huge distraction from the Epstein files when gas prices start rising.
Has already prepared all the needs of society, and there is no concern about the supply of public necessities. Schools and universities will be closed until further notice. Banks will continue to serve the dear nation of Iran. Government offices will operate at 50% capacity of the dear nation of Iran. Government offices will operate at 50% capacity for the time being. So a statement there from Iran's National Security Council. Let's go to Mohammed Val in Tehran for an update on the situation on the ground. Mohammed, what's been happening there?
Yes, fully just about.
Oh, and guys, we done wanted this for a while. Actually, we've been preparing this for a while, even in the background. Like, did anybody catch how our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, pretty much said out loud, the quiet part out loud, is that, yeah, we deliberately destroyed their currency, knowing that was going to cause an uprising. We funded the protesters and put guns in their hands, hoping that was going to cause a revolution. And now that didn't work, here we are. I mean, bro, we've been pulling the strings when it came to a conflict with Iran for a minute now.
15 to 20 minutes ago, we had new explosions here in Tehran. We couldn't locate the exact targets of those.
Oh, yeah, but shout out Captain, though, bro. Appreciate the support. Guy, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read that aloud and engage you with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Well, let's keep it going.
Those explosions, but that's clearly an indication of the continuation of this operation, as has been promised by the American president. Iranians also are bracing for this, and as you just mentioned, the Supreme National Council, Security Council, has announced that this is going to be an ongoing operation, and that people have to take shelter in safe areas. They have to avoid going to unsafe places.
Oh, and breaking news, UAE warns its reserves its full rights to respond to the Iranian missile attack. So UAE might be joining in with Israel and United States when it comes to striking Iran.
And that there are also reassurances, on the other hand, that the banks will continue to function.
And if you don't know why UAE wants to get involved, it's because they're going through a proxy war with Iran and Yemen. I know you thought Iran was the only people, paying proxies, but so are Saudi Arabians, so are the guys over there in the UAE. Yeah, they also fund proxies in Yemen, which this is why Yemen is like a three-way war through proxies. I mean, it's the proxies that the Saudi Arabians support, proxies that the UAE supports, and the proxies, which is the Houthis, that the Iranians support. But it's kind of crazy how we don't ever touch on those two when they support proxies.
Some of the schools and universities will be closing for the moment until further notice. And it has advised people not to rush to stockpile on commodities, because there is enough of those commodities, that the government has been taking the necessary precaution measures for this, so that there will be no crisis in food or any other facilities or amenities. So the government basically is saying that things are under control, that it is gearing up its defenses. The air defense systems are in full action mode inside Tehran and other locations. I can't simply keep track of the number of cities that are being attacked. It is getting to be a very long list now. The latest was Oromia in the northwest, Dizvul. Also, you have Bandar Abbas, Isfahan, Qum. All across the country, you have cities, Shiraz also, that have been targeted. It seems to me that this is no longer just a campaign that is focused on nuclear sites in Iran. This is a very wide range of targets, including government facilities, defense ministry facilities, and also the Iranian army and the Iranian National Guard. As the Americans said, clearly this is a campaign that is going to be continuous until probably regime change can be effected in the country.
What about the Iranian people, Mohammed? We heard there from the National Security Council that provisions have been made. There is enough, food and so on.
Yeah.
But Iranians would have also made.
And here's the problem with the Iranian people. Like, we sell this propaganda that 90% of Iran doesn't agree with their government, want their government gone. I mean, bro, if that was true, Iran would have been gone since the revolution. It's true. They probably would have been gone years ago. But that's just not the truth. If anything, maybe there's 55% who, don't like the government and 45% who do. And that's not a large enough majority to sit there and overthrow the Islamic regime of Iran. So we do sell a propaganda thinking that, it's just going to be this easy conquest to overtop of the regime. They don't got that much support. But I believe we fuck around and find out every time, because that's what happened to Israel. They thought that striking Iran was going to cause the same dysfunctions where the regime was going to be overthrown. No, what they do, gather around the flag and they start striking Israel. It's looking like that's what Iran's about to do again. Gather around the flag and start striking Israel and U.S. bases.
Preparations ahead of this.
Well, look, I have been following the situation here in Tehran only since I arrived just 1 day ago, and today we have really short on updates because of this blackout. There is a report from an international agency that is monitoring internet in Tehran. It is saying that 96% of the national network has been blocked. So we're not really able to follow on social media and listen or reading what people are saying. But we know from the previous situations, and also we know from the recent days and weeks, that the Iranians are divided, a little bit divided about this. Some of them have been protesting against the government in charge, and they are probably willing to see some kind of change. But that contradicts the need, even among these people, for safety, personal safety for their families and so on. And now that this campaign is taking place all across Iran, nobody is safe in this war.
Yeah.
And you have also the people.
That's why when people want to post on X, there's Iranians dancing in the street, it's just like, bro, look, stop the propaganda. It's like, bro, those people are scared for their lives right now because they know that they could get struck at any minute, and that, well, what's Israel going to do? Oh, just say, well, Iran like to use people as human shields, and we'll go ahead and use the same excuse when we start bombing civilians. Hopefully we don't. But let's be honest, if it gets drawn out, this is exactly what's going to happen. And if we're trying to topple the regime, I mean, it's going to get messy. And if you think this is going to be an easy mission like Venezuela, I'm sorry, but maybe you need to run the numbers, like the population comparison, the size comparison of the country, I mean, weapons capability and all that good stuff, because a lot of y'all are misinformed on that.
The millions of people who are supporting the regime, and they have been demonstrating in the streets. We have seen that on occasion. They are also against this war. Everybody is preparing for the worst. Everybody wants to stay safe, but everybody also is dreaming of some kind of outcome that suits what they like to see happening in the country.
Yeah, everyone, as you say, Mohammed, preparing for the worst, including people in the region, not just in Iran and Israel. Iran has launched several retaliatory strikes on U.S. assets in the region, including in Bahrain, which has confirmed that there have been attacks inside its territory. It also says the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet has been targeted by a missile attack and has urged people to take cover in a safe area. Loud explosions have been heard in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates, which has announced the closure of its airspace, both temporarily and partially. These are some of the latest images that appear to show interceptions over the skies, and interceptions of Iranian missiles also here in Qatar, which is home to the largest U.S. military base in the region at Al Udeid. Let's check in with Axel Zaimovic, who's in Doha. Axel, bring us up to speed with what's been happening here. There have been several missiles intercepted here in Qatar.
Well, that's correct, Foley. We're actually standing at a location where we saw firsthand that these active Qatar's air defense operations are unfolding, but we see their intercepted missiles
coming has said anything.
To the direction of the city of Doha. And not long ago, we actually saw that the smoke is actually coming from the direction of the old port. And that goes really with lines what the Qatar official statement says here, that everybody should stay indoors. And they keep urging population, not just people living here, not foreign nationals, but everybody in the country to stay indoors, because this situation is rapidly moving and it's quite changing quickly on the ground. But we also have another warning coming from the U.S. Embassy. Actually, that's the warning that was in place early morning. They told people here in Qatar to take cover, to take shelter, and also to follow official channels of communication, because, as I said, the situation is rapidly moving here. But for now, what we saw is Qatar's air defense are intercepting missile and projectiles coming to the directions in Qatar. And of course, it's really important to mention that it really goes with the context of Al Udeid air base. That's the largest American military installation here in the Middle East. And that's the reason why we saw smoke coming from the direction of the old port, but also we cannot independently confirm this report that the base itself has been hit in any of these attacks.
Okay, so we can't just...
But there has been a direct hit in Doha, though. There has been a direct hit in Doha and Qatar. Like I said, I mean, they like to say that, their weapons, the missile defense system has been degraded, but they're hitting all these targets as we speak. Let me see here if I can go ahead and pull up the Doha footage.
From the reports that the base itself at Al Udeid has been hit. We do know, though, that Qatar has closed its airspace, and so has the UAE and Kuwait. Qatar Airways, Axel, announcing the suspension of flights from Doha. This is going to cause a huge disruption across the region.
That's true. And Qatar also issued a statement saying that all the flights are canceled until further notice. And people who have scheduled flights to leave the country or come in the country should remain indoors. But also the government is urging population here to not to go out in any public gatherings, to stay indoors, to make sure they have enough supplies until the situation.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. You got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
is more clear. But from the perspective, what I'm seeing here is standing at this live position, I still see that the traffic in Doha is ongoing. It's slightly subdued for a weekend here in Qatar, but it's really, really important to follow official channels of the communication, and the government is urging everybody not to cause panic and not to take any unnecessary journeys in this particular moment.
So, Axel, what are Qatari authorities saying briefly, if you can, in just a minute, if you can, about what might happen tomorrow, whether, schools and offices will be open tomorrow, whether the airspace will reopen soon?
Well, from this perspective, it's really early to say how this situation is going to unfold in the future. But what we know is that some public entities have advised their employees to essentially work from home until further notice, because it's very hard to predict in which direction this entire regional conflict might go. But what we know is that everybody should exercise caution. And as I've been repeating, it's just to basically stay indoors. That's the only most accurate and relevant information that we're getting from the government at this point.
Axel, thank you very much for now. Axel Zaimovic in Doha there for us. If you're just joining us on Al Jazeera, it's just past 10 GMT.
You know what's going to be the craziest part? When Iranian civilians start dying, you know what the propaganda are going to hit you with? Oh, well, they was with the Ayatollah, so you don't got to feel bad for them. I mean, and there's going to be no proof that they support the Ayatollah or anything like that. But I mean, look, man, when civilians start dying, I just want y'all to prepare for the propaganda they're going to feed you to pretty much, well, I'm be real with you, justify the innocent taking of civilian lives, just like they did in Gaza. But all right, though, this is what's happening in Doha, Qatar right now. All right, though, let's go ahead and get over here on Fox News. Missiles incoming. Alerts go across Tehran as strikes continue. Get right into it.
New York, a little after 11 in the morning, if I'm doing my time calculations correctly. I'm sorry, a little after 10 in the morning in Tel Aviv. In Tehran, it's approaching noon. It's 11:34 there. And U.S. and Israeli forces have begun strikes, massive strikes, on Iranian governmental and military sites throughout that country. Let's get back to Trey Yingst. Trey, we just, pardon me, we just heard that extraordinary message that the president posted on Truth Social about these attacks, saying, among other things, that we are doing this not for now, but for the future. Any reaction that you're hearing in Israel to what the president had to say?
Yeah, John, the United States and Israel are striking Iran as we speak. President Trump addressing the world, saying this operation is massive and ongoing. The Israelis are already responding. I'm talking with sources here who are watching closely what the president says. We understand there was a significant amount of coordination over the past not only several weeks, but several months between American and Israeli counterparts in.
Oh, and just in, an Iranian ballistic missile has impacted the U.S. military base in Jordan. So, yes, they just struck Jordan. I'm going to go ahead and get the footage for that soon.
Preparation for these strikes. I have learned that we're sharing intelligence and preparation to make sure that the missiles were able to land in the right locations. Again, we understand at this hour, dozens of targets have been hit inside of Iran. And this is described by officials here and in the United States as an ongoing operation that is expected to take multiple days. It's important to look at what President Trump said about how the Americans will go after Iran's ballistic missile program. He says that Iran was developing longer range missiles that threaten the United States and other allies around the world, and that the U.S. will destroy that missile program. because it was not only threatening Israel, but the United States. You know that there are somewhere between 30 and 40,000 U.S. troops as we speak in the region. There are bases in places like Qatar, the Al Udeid base, in Kuwait, in Jordan, where there are U.S. jets right now, and of course in Israel. And the president extended an olive branch to the Iranians. He gave them a chance to come to the table and to make those diplomatic concessions about.
Well, I'm be real with you. Like, bro, our negotiators did nothing like that. They moved the goalposts because they wanted a war with Iran because they were working for Israel. And I know everybody hates hearing, but what's what's said? Everybody's working for Israel. No, but our negotiators sure was. I mean, Iran comes in talking about bringing it down to 3.5%, and we're talking about their enriched uranium. They say, okay, then come back and be like, oh, that's not enough. Then they want to talk about ballistic missiles and proxies when they told us that the main concern was their nuclear weapons capability or their nuclear program that could evolve into a nuclear weapon, which they never, no proof that they are building one whatsoever. None at all. We just say it because, well, it's good. It's good for propaganda. It gets people thinking that, oh, well, they were actually building a bomb. All right, then, yeah, that's the reason why we attacked them. But guess what? We had no proof that they were ever building a bomb, none whatsoever. And we haven't had one for decades because we've been trying to find out for decades. Like, go ahead and look it up. Look up Bibi Netanyahu telling us that they've been creating a bomb for decades and that they're 2-3 weeks away from it. And it has been the same 2-3 weeks for 20 years.
Their nuclear program. And you heard President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, in an interview on Fox. It was very interesting last weekend. And he said they're not quite sure why the Iranians are not getting the message. President Trump has proven time and time again that he is going to do what he says he's going to do. Remember, when we look at the history here, this is a man who ordered the killing of Qasem Soleimani, a top Iranian general. And we're just getting an alert now as we speak, John, from Israel's home front command. And my cameraman here is going to zoom in on the phone. And so we can see if you can see it here. But there's an alert coming in right now from Israel's home front command. And this is warning people about incoming missile fire. My producer is going to translate it directly for me here. Just stand by 1 second here. And you can see that alert.
Jesus.
Okay, so the translation here, the top line translation, John, is alert in your area. Please go to a safe room. This is indicative.
All right, let's go to some underground footage here. We got footage from what, like I said, an impact that happened in Jordan. What? Ooh, in the background right there, you can see it. And that was a U.S. air base in Jordan. Yeah. All right, now let's go ahead and go into Iranian. This is in Iran on the ground right now. So let's get 45 seconds in here. I pray for these people. And shout out to my man, Captain Alimar. He says exactly 20 years of fear mongering about Iran's nukes. Bro, that's what irritates me. Because remember what they told us the first time? That we obliterated their nuclear capabilities. We set them back 2 years. 6 months later, we're crying about the same nuclear capabilities that we so-called obliterated. Remember that. Remember that, guys. We said that we obliterated it. Now, all of a sudden, it's the topic of discussion again. Oh, and their missiles and their proxies. But we thought, remember, we went in there telling the American people this is all about the nukes or their potential to make nukes. Which was there. So that's what's going on in Iran right now. And this is happening. And this would happen in Iran. Remember, they said their missile defense systems have been weakened, right? thought they put music behind it. Yeah. And this is what Iran is like currently doing right now, just sending missiles all over the Middle East, striking whoever they can hit, whatever air base they can hit, because to them, they're all enemies of them. They're all working with the Israelis. They're all working with the United States, and they're not no friend of Iran, which, I mean, that's actually a pretty good point. To be honest with you, they're not wrong.
Of incoming ballistic missile fire or drone fire. Just give me 1 second here. I just want to talk to the crew here.
Mm-hmm.
What do we know?
Oh, shit. All right, a drone strike hit Jerusalem.
So, John, again, these alerts are expected to go out across the country here. It says, enter to protected space. And again, this is just an indication that the Israelis believe there are possible launches from Iran that could come and target population centers here. As we know, during the ongoing operation that took place last summer, the Israelis had to intercept a lot of the incoming fire, and they had help from the Americans to do so. There are a number of alerts that go out, and we're going to stay up with you here, John, as we go back and forth talking about this situation with the latest information, because normally how this happens, and you can see there are a lot of moving parts here. We have to take a lot of things into consideration, but the emergency alert goes out on the phones, and then as any sort of incoming fire gets closer, the sirens will sound across major cities like Tel Aviv, Israel's second largest city, and that is considered the last alert amid the incoming fire. And as this alert has just gone out, I want to break down what Israel has to prepare in terms of the ability to shoot down the incoming fire. They have smaller range systems, including the Iron Dome and David Sling, but it's really the Arrow 2 and 3 systems that will be active if there is any incoming ballistic missile fire. You also have THAAD and Patriot missile defense systems supplied by the Americans that are on the ground here in Israel. And remember, there are some U.S. forces here that are helping in the southern part of the country at the CMCC, because President Trump was able to get that ceasefire together between Israel and Hamas. And so there are American forces on the ground helping to implement that ceasefire. But of course, this is a separate issue here. The decision to launch these strikes against the Iranian regime, according to President Trump, are meant to not only protect U.S. allies in the region, but also to protect the United States. And as we wait to see if there is any incoming fire here, I want to just give you a rundown of what I was talking about before. President Trump gave Iran a diplomatic option. He gave them a chance.
Oh, and 4 minutes ago, there was a missile strike on Iran's missile production facilities in Keshmar, or no? Let me go ahead and get the right pronunciation for that one.
To come to the
but
table.
Yes, there was a Iranian missile production facility that was attacked. This came in about 4 minutes ago.
And reach a nuclear agreement to export their enriched uranium, to reduce to zero their enriching process. And the Iranians were going back and forth about this with negotiators, including Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and the answers were not sufficient for President Trump. What's important to remember here, and again, this relates to the interview just last weekend on Fox News that U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff gave, is that President Trump is a man during his first term who ordered a strike against Iran's top general, Qasem Soleimani, outside of Baghdad's international airport. The Iranians had threatened for years that if Soleimani was ever killed, there would be a crushing response. Ultimately, they fired 13 ballistic missiles at a base in western Iraq. We were there on the ground in Baghdad reporting at that time. But President Trump also last year during the 12-day war here ordered Operation Midnight Hammer to destroy Iran's nuclear.
Oh, God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support. You got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? $2 and up. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Like I said, just $2. Or you can hit me on the Venmo to double your support. Well, let's get right back to it.
Facilities from Fordow to Isfahan. He launched these strikes with B-2 bombers and bunker buster bombs. And the Iranians still didn't receive the message. According to intelligence reports, they were trying to rebuild their nuclear program. And ultimately, that was part of the decision-making factor we have learned of why President Trump ordered these strikes against Iran that are ongoing today. But again, to conclude here, what we know at this moment, the Israeli military remains on high alert. We just received a notification, and it comes across on phones as an extreme alert. Reports right now in Israel, and again, we're going to stay with you, John, here. Reports right now in Israel indicate that the IDF has detected incoming missiles toward Israel. And right now, there are sirens sounding in northern Israel.
You know, it's a bit disturbing that's coming from, well, my side, MAGA. Like, I know you guys are probably hearing me out going, like, oh, yeah, this guy S.E.T must be a leftist. No, I'm not actually. I'm a conservative. And I believe on holding people to their word. If Trump said no new wars, then I'm going to hold him to his word on no new wars. And guess what? This is looking like a possible new war. Because remember, this day one. We don't know if they're just flexing muscles just to see what one another can do, and it might just stop tomorrow and they come to a deal, or this is actually going to be dragged out. So I'm not calling it a war yet, but this is military engagement, and this is not what I personally voted for. Honestly, I voted for Trump. One of the reasons I voted for Trump because he said we weren't going to get into drawn out wars that's going to cost us American lives, American dollars, and then further crush our economy. Like, this is kind of what comes with war. I hope you know this.
And again,
or maybe you guys weren't around for the Iraq war, and maybe y'all weren't around for that. Maybe y'all wasn't. Maybe you didn't see how bad that effed us up as Americans. Maybe y'all a bit too young.
We're getting these alerts in just now. And so just stay with us here, John. And I'm just checking here with sources who are texting as we speak. Stand by. Yep. Okay. So there are sirens sounding right now in northern Israel. Again, those alerts went out on phones about missile launches that were detected from Iran. They'll often go out across the country to ensure that people can stay close to safe rooms and bomb shelters. Some of them are inside buildings. Others are beneath the ground. But we see the amount of damage that these ballistic missiles can cause. More than 24 people were killed during the war last year in the 12-day war in June by these Iranian ballistic missiles. They often can overwhelm air defense systems. And I spoke with one U.S. intelligence official over the past week who said this was the major concern about a possible Iranian response, is that they would try to overwhelm the air defense systems that are here on the ground. We can also expect the Americans to assist in shooting down any of the incoming fire. Remember, the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, is currently off the coast of Israel in the eastern Mediterranean. Local media is reporting at least 2 missiles were fired toward northern Israel, triggering those sirens. But again, we can report at this hour, John, that the Iranians have started their response. At this point, it appears to be limited. And that could be because, again, the Israelis and the Americans were working hand in glove over the past several weeks and months to prepare for these strikes. And you have to understand that the ballistic missile program is on the target list.
But all right, man, let's go ahead and listen to, I want to go both sides. I want to listen to the guys who are supporting these strikes, and I want to listen to the guys who are not supporting these strikes. So let's go ahead and start off with one of the biggest people. Honestly, let's go to the guy who pretty much called this out. Let's go to him. Shout out to Nick Fuentes. I may not agree with him on race or anything like that, but when it comes to geopolitical stuff, I mean, man, me and this man align on a lot when it comes to geopolitical matters. But all right.
When Iran's regime is toppled, Israel becomes the regional hegemon of the Middle East.
Yep.
Do you know what a valuable...
I mean, yeah, because as they destabilize these Muslim countries, they move right in and take their land.
Gift, that is. Think about all the oil, all the natural gas. Think about all the money in the Middle East. All the money from their sale of oil. Think about all the trade routes. Think about all the sea routes going through the Red Sea, going through the Persian Gulf. Think about all of the trade that happens in the Indian Ocean and the Eastern Mediterranean. Think about all of the rail, the highways. Think about all the other utilities that run through the Middle East that are going to connect in the future Asia, Europe, and Africa. Israel is being handed that region on a silver platter. They will be, speaking softly, carrying the big stick in the Middle East, running the show over there. So who does this benefit? Not us. That's not our golden age. That's a golden age for them. Our equipment, our lives, our money, it's our ass for their golden age to defeat their enemies so that they can expand their territory. They can control more seas, more oceans, more land, more trade routes. And it literally doesn't get more simple than that. This has been their mission since October 7th and even before that. They said after October 7th, we're going to change the status quo in the Middle East that has prevailed for the last 50 years. What did you think they were talking about? They were talking about Land for Peace. They were talking about Camp David. They were talking about the Islamic Revolution in 79. They were talking about Hezbollah in Lebanon. That is what they were referring to specifically. And all these wars that have been fought, they said it's coming to an end. We are going to inaugurate our golden age. They said Trump is our Messiah. He's our Cyrus the Great.
All right, guys. So we do got a bit of bad news right here. Now, I'm just going to read the headline. The Epstein regime has murdered 24 girls at their elementary school in Minab City, which is a school in Iran. And there's already been a news article right here. Let me go ahead and pull this guy's up for you. Yeesh, it's not going to be good. But let's see here. A.com TRCC. Iran says 5 students killed in Israeli strike on girls' school. But they're part of the Ayatollah set. Who cares if these little girls have been killed? They're part of the regime. Oh, that's probably what y'all ready to say, right? Yeah, I know, right? Sick. But yeah, like I said, already civilians, innocent civilians are being killed. And this came out today, guys. There are already kids being killed already. And it ain't even like, bro, it's like what? The first 12 hours of this? But all right, though. There's nothing's going to happen, S.E.T. You're just overreacting. Okay. You keep on bullshitting me.
Trump is, and they were talking about Hezbollah in Lebanon. That is what they were referring to.
Girls' school just bombed in Iran by Israel, killing girls. But this is what the propagandists are going to tell me. But they're part of the Ayatollah set. It doesn't matter.
To specifically, and all these wars that have been fought, they said it's coming to an end. We are going to inaugurate our golden age. They said Trump is our Messiah. He's our Cyrus.
Oh yeah, you can't bomb schools, by the way. That is a war crime according to the Geneva Convention. If you forgot,
Cyrus the Great.
Remember, we didn't do it. Israel did. Because remember, our military is way more humane than Israel. Let's be real. So we didn't do it. Israel did. So I'm not happy that it happened. I'm just happy that we didn't do it.
Trump is our pagan Goy leader who will defeat the Persians and deliver a Jewish golden age. That's literally who it's for. And that's why Jewish billionaires paid for it. That's why the Jewish media stood down and acquiesced to Trump's return to power. And that is why you have the Republicans in Congress saying what they're saying. Look at Mark Levin on Fox News. Mark Levin is on Fox News telling everybody.
Bro, Mark Levin is a complete effing liar. He was trying to tell people on Fox News that, Iran has a nuclear tip ballistic missiles. Nuclear tip ballistic missiles. I'm like, bro, please quit lying. Like, he completely lied to the American people, making it seem like Iran already had a nuclear weapon when they don't.
You don't love America if you don't want Americans to die for Israel in the Middle East. It benefits them. And I told you this was going to happen. I said this in 2024. I said a vote for Trump is a vote for a war with Iran. And think of how they tricked you. This is part of it. These Zionist Jews, they LARP as right wing. That's what that is. Stephen Miller is a LARPer. They're all LARPers. Mark Levin is a LARPer. They drape themselves in the American flag. They drape themselves in the Constitution.
Oh, yeah, and I got the footage right here from the school, from the girls' school being struck. And I mean, bro, this sucks. This sucks. This is it right here in Iran. Girls' school struck, 5 girls killed. That's not going to radicalize nobody against America. Yeah. I mean, look, what we didn't want to happen is already happening already. And like I said, there's going to be those on the more the bloodthirsty side is going to be like, no, this is what we want. And well, were they wearing hijabs set? If they were in hijabs, I mean, they were part of the regime, which means it's okay to kill little girls if that's the case. I mean, it's okay to kill kids if they're Palestinians or they're part of the Islamic regime set. Don't you know? No, I don't. I'm sorry. That's not what the Bible says, but okay, you can run with that if you want to. Not me, but you can.
For the Americans and the Israelis. And so they are likely going after.
Oh, my bad. I was on this guy, Nick Fuentes, pretty much going off. Here we go.
It benefits them. And I told you this was going to happen. I said this in 2024. I said a vote for Trump is a vote for a war with Iran. And think of how they tricked you. This is part of it. These Zionist Jews, they LARP as right wing. That's what that is. Stephen Miller is a LARPer. No. They're all LARPers. Mark Levin is a LARPer. They drape themselves in the American flag. They drape themselves in the Constitution. They hide behind President Trump because they know he's popular. And they do all of this so that they can wrap their arm around your shoulder and say, hey, we need to go to war with Iran. We are in business together. We're going to make a deal. Trump is our president. This is what they do. They tricked you. They told you in 24, you know, the Jews woke up after October 7th, and we realized that DEI isn't good. We realized censorship and the left are out of control. And that's why we now support Trump. And you fell for that.
Man, and honestly, man, shout out to this guy, tweet, Jake G TV. Man, this is crazy because I've been seeing this too. It's a level of disconnect that's hard to comprehend. You have people celebrating the destruction from the comfort and safety of their homes while the people actually living there go through terrified. That's going through these strikes. They're terrified. They're celebrating is a betrayal, which is crazy. Yeah, any Persian, Iranian saying that, oh, yeah, strikes on Iran, this is a good thing. We'll be friends after. You're literally calling for the killing of your own people, like just letting you know. But yeah, like it's absolutely sick. And then they turn to real suffering to their people. I mean, yes, why the Iranians who left Iran while they were kids, never lived under the Islamic regime, not one day in their life, are over here talking about, in the comfort of America, talking about how we just need to topple this regime and it's going to be best for the people that they don't know, that they don't live around, that they never even communicated with, that we just need to go ahead and regularly bomb these people. And it's going to be all good. It's just sick. It is sick, guys. But all right, though, let's get back to Fox.
After many of these positions early on to try to suppress any sort of possible response from the Iranians. But again, we understand the attack against Iran is ongoing at this hour, these strikes taking place in what President Trump says is going to be a massive and ongoing operation after he says Iran tried to rebuild their nuclear program. And he is preparing the world for the reality that this is not going to be an easy conflict, that American lives could be lost, he says, because the Iranians have the capability to fire.
I mean, it's kind of funny how Trump admits that this could be drawn out, but there's guys in MAGA who just can't like comprehend that. Like, bro, even Trump is saying that, yeah, this could be a drawn out conflict. Lives could be lost. The economy the economy could take a toll. But here's the Trump, well, bro, and this is what scares me, bro. Like, trust me, I'm MAGA. I voted for Trump, but I ain't vote for this. And there's some of you guys who are just too brainwashed to a certain point where y'all just like, oh, well, I know we said we weren't voting for this, but since Trump is doing it, it's all good. Like, bro, no. Even if Trump does it, it's bad. And if the results don't go out to the way we want, oh, it's going to look even worse. And I'm going to be real with you. We probably just lost the midterms just doing this alone.
At jets overhead, for example, they have the ability to fire at U.S. naval assets that are currently off the coast of Iran near to the Strait of Hormuz. They have anti-ship missiles. And so this is a country that is massive. It's a country of 90 million people. And when you think about the amount of things that have to be targeted in an operation during the initial wave of strikes, it is significant. And that is why the president is describing these strikes as ongoing at this hour. And just to conclude here, John, the Israeli military just put out an alert saying defensive systems are operating to intercept the threat. Again, an indication that that missile fire has begun. John.
Yeah, Trey Yingst reporting live from Tel Aviv. Trey, thank you very much.
All right, now let's get over and see what's popping off on Al Jazeera. While these strikes are still coming in by the minute, by the hour, I'll be right here to report it for you guys. But let's see what Al Jazeera is saying.
To Israel's defense minister. Well, let's just go back to our breaking news story that Israel has launched a preventative attack against Iran. That's according to Israel's defense minister. Apparently, air raid sirens have been heard in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Witnesses say that they've also heard explosion in Iran's capital, Tehran. Sirens sounded in Israel as Israel warns of the possibility of missiles. That's the latest breaking news we're getting here. Let's just stay with this story and bring in Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day. She's in Ramallah for us in the occupied West Bank. Noor, just tell us what's going on in Israel at the moment.
Well, right now, the Israeli army has confirmed that it has launched what it calls a preemptive attack against Iran. It has declared a state of emergency throughout the country and asked citizens to be close to a shelter, whether in their homes, a safe room, or a public shelter. For now, there are no details about the targets of those attacks, but we understand that this is a campaign that Israel has launched, of course, in line with its publicly stated policy that Iran poses a threat to the safety of Israel, and its allegations that its missiles and its nuclear enrichment program also pose a threat, having repeatedly said that the negotiations with the United States were not going to go anywhere and should not have been trusted to begin with.
Noor, so what more have Israeli defense officials been saying? Because we heard from the Israeli defense ministers that they've launched this preventative strike. What more details are we getting about the strike itself coming from Israeli officials?
Nothing yet about the targets themselves. But again, let's put this in perspective about why would such an attack happen. Israel considers the government in Iran a threat to itself, and so the launching of the attack, irrespective of the targets, is completely consistent with its stated policies. At the moment, the details are very scant. But the focus of the Israeli messaging so far has been domestic about what Israelis should be doing, how Israelis should be acting. But we already know that foreign flights of foreign airlines that are on their way to Israel have started to turn back to their destinations. And this was, of course, a long time coming. We've seen over the past 24 hours some airlines canceling flights, some countries calling on their citizens to leave Israel while flights are available. That started
now. Let's get over to some, supporting voices and some dissenting voices. Like, this girl right here. This girl right here has been preaching war with Iran. I mean, she hates Muslims and all this crazy stuff. But let's be real. What MAGA guy don't hate Muslims at this point? But all right, though. So she's a huge supporter of the war. And this is how you know. I mean, look, when you're reposting Lindsey Graham, I mean, tell me you're a warmonger without telling me you're a warmonger. Oh, all you got to do is repost my man Lindsey Graham. That's all you got to do. But yeah, these are one of the main supporters of the war. So funny how she supports this war. You wonder where she lives at, guys? Supporting this war while, soldiers go out there and possibly put their lives in danger. She's from Canada, account based in Canada. And this is what I mean by there's a lot of these so-called Iranians in the UK, Canada, that pretty much trying to guilt trip us into going into war. Well, guilt tripped us into going to war with Iran. And here they are sitting comfortably in Canada, UK, wherever. But it ain't in Iran and it ain't nowhere near the Middle East. Ain't that crazy? As they sit there and push war to you. And man, it's pathetic, but some people actually fall for this. All right, let's go to one of the dissenting voices, our guy Owen Schroeder. Used to be a huge supporter of Trump, but he kind of turned his back on Trump after, a couple F-ups. Let's get into it.
Evening, guys. It is 12:50 Saturday morning, 12:50 a.m., February 28th, 2026, and Israel has just bombed Iran. It's midday in Iran on a Saturday, people going about their lives in the capital city, and Israel has just bombed them. Keep in mind, just yesterday, Israel bombed Lebanon, part of 7 countries that Israel has been bombing in the last 7 years. Of course, the United States military, President Trump has been building up some of our military assets surrounding Iran in the last month or so, in what was assumed going to be a U.S.-Israel joint effort of strikes or regime change in Iran. Now, there are reports that this was a joint strike. Those have not been confirmed as of yet, but sirens are now going off in Israel as I anticipate they are expecting retaliation.
I mean, we all expected here's the thing. It's like I said, it's only the guys who were just completely delusional that didn't think that Iran was going to strike back. Like, that's the crazy part. And now they're moving the goalposts to like, oh, well, we said Iran was going to strike back, and now that they are, well, don't worry, Seth, this won't last for too long. Okay, man. Okay. But let's get over to Ryan Matta.
It needs to pay attention to where they're at right now, right here today at this exact moment in time. Everything in our life has officially changed forever. President Trump, on behalf of Netanyahu and the psychopaths around him, got us into World War III. We are now at war with Iran. President Trump just said this. Oh, and P.S. We're going live on YouTube right now to cover this story. Drop some comments below. I'll see you guys over there.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and...
I'm sorry, but like, bro, chanting death to America does not automatically call for a strike on your land. I mean, if that's the case, then I guess we need to start bombing liberal neighborhoods then, these blue states that say death to America or America must fall and all that good stuff. I mean, we got Americans who say that. I mean, we got other countries who chant death to America. Does that mean we got to go bomb them too?
Mass murder.
That's a very
targeting
low
the
bar.
United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died.
Probably.
Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than...
All right, guys, we do got a bit of a breaking here. We got a breaking U.S./Israeli strikes reported on Iran's home to its only operational nuclear power plant, which is what is here reported in Bushehr. So yes, it's Iran's home to its only operational nuclear power plant. Let's see here. This facility was built by Russia, and Russian techs operate it. Russian nuclear fuel runs through it. Oh shit! Yeah, we might have accidentally took out some Russians in the process. But I mean, sure, we supporting the same thing in Ukraine, so it is what it is on that note.
1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland.
Bro.
Just imagine how emboldened.
I mean, bro, Iran has admitted many times that they cannot strike, the American homeland. Like, let's be honest. They admitted so many times that, we have no missiles, no weapon capability that can strike the U.S. So we don't even know why people say that all the time. Like, oh, well, Iran's going to strike us next. They don't have the capability to. I mean, bro, they're not making nukes. They don't have the capability to strike us. Y'all been fed propaganda about Iran for decades, and for some reason, now you guys think it's true. We've been told about a nuke for years. Ain't true. We've been told Iran is this radical regime that's just ready to strike us, and, well, we're the ones striking them first.
This regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver.
And shout out to my man Jet. He said it's too early for this shit. Still got crusties in my eye. Bro, I feel you. Trust me. I woke up to this like, are you serious? Like, no, bro. We might have lost the midterms because of this. And like I said, if this doesn't end soon, we're going to see the effects on the economy. I mean, when gas prices start shooting up, I'm going to be real with you. Americans aren't going to be trying to hear, but the Ayatollah.
Deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles.
And please, show me any proof that Iran's been making nuclear weapons. You can't. Not even our own government can provide proof. So it's kind of funny how people will sit there and be like, well, Russia's just doing it. You just don't know. It's like, bro, it's been being said for 20 years and they still ain't got it. I mean, like I said, some of y'all are just that naive.
And raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their
Look, man, if we could do that with no casualties, no rapid rising of gas prices, I mean, if we could do it within a couple days, great. I'm all for it. But if this gets dragged out, then, I mean, Trump, you done bushed it. You done bushed it for the Republicans. You done sunk it for them.
EDs, or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation. Bye. Double tapping that screen. If you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up helps towards the call-in goal, so we can open up the call-in line. And I can hear some of the supporters and the naysayers on the Iraq conflict. All right. I'll be happy to hear some of your voices on it.
Challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now.
yeah,
we're
in
doing
war.
this for the future.
Well, I mean, it is what it is, guys. According to Donald Trump, we are at war with Iran. So this is a war. He said it straight up. He's like, hey, look, man, lives may be lost, but that's what happens in war. And we're like, yeah, I know, but we voted for no new wars in the Middle East specifically. And here you are giving us exactly what, well, MAGA don't want. I mean, most Americans don't want this, of course, and basically a good amount of MAGA don't want it as well. But here we are, guys. Like I said, Trump might have just sunk the midterms for himself, or on my bad, for the Republicans.
And it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered.
I mean, bro, we just bombed a girl's school. According to Iran and, well, I'm be real with you, different media platforms, bro, we might have radicalized the Iranian people against us. I mean, this is why I wasn't for strikes against Iran, because, well, Israel did it, and they rallied around the flag and went full on against Israel. Nobody was talking about Khamenei or F Khamenei. It was the F Israel agenda. And this is exactly what we're about to do to ourselves when it comes to Iran. We struck, bro, we hit a school. Little girls were killed, and you don't think that's going to radicalize some of the people, like, against us? I mean, this is what causes forever wars.
Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you...
What we want, or he must be talking to, I don't even know if he's talking to Iranian people, because we don't know if the Iranian people truly want that. Like I said, we've been fed this propaganda as if 90% of the Iranian people are against the regime. And if that was true, like I said, Iran would have been toppled a long time ago. The Ayatollah would have been gone a long time ago. So obviously it's not no 90%. So he got to be talking to the Iranian people when he talk about, oh, this is what you wanted, because we don't want it. And I'll be real with you, it's Iranians like mostly outside of America that's been asking for this. Because guess what? Their troops ain't going to be thrown in. Their families ain't going to be thrown into this. So they're just sitting back supporting war, knowing that they have no skin in the game. But then we got a bunch of cowards out here going like, oh, well, yeah, this is why we need to go to war with Iran, because the Ayatollah. All right, motherfucker, then you go there then. Please, you go. Because I'm tired of people in different countries trying to tell us what we should do with our soldiers and how we should just throw our soldiers' lives into the fire while they just sit back and clap.
You respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Trump, fuck you on behalf of every single American citizen. You absolute dirtbag piece of shit. You are going to send our sons and daughters off to die in some third world hellhole because you are cucked by the J, right? You are cucked out to fucking Israel and God's chosen people. They have you fucking wrapped around a spoon, you Israel sucking dick motherfucker. You pedophile piece of shit. You're on Epstein's Island, you scumbag motherfucker. Nobody fucking likes you. You're the fucking worst president in our fucking lifetime. You sold us out to some fucking third world hellhole Middle East motherfuckers. You don't put America first, you put America last. Now you want us to send our sons and daughters off to war? Fuck you, motherfucker. Get your billionaire sons out of their fucking hellhole, out of their fucking apartments, and send them to fucking war. We're not sending our fucking kids off to die. Every single
for a war that don't even benefit us in the slightest. Like, at least with Venezuela, we benefited by taking their oil. We're not taking no oil from Iran, bro. We're not. And once we take out the regime, we don't even know who we want to put in there. Like that Reverend Pavlov guy, you know, the monarchist that want the Shah back in. Bro, most of the Iranian people don't want that guy in there, but we got a bunch of people who live outside of Iran telling you that they want the king back, but they don't. We don't even know. We don't even got a plan for, oh, well, when we take out the Ayatollah, what do we do next? Oh, just let them fall into civil war? How's that going to benefit us? But I'll tell you who does benefit, Israel. Why did just sit there and take land?
Sons and one of our daughters and sons that comes home in a body bag, that blood's on your fucking hands. Motherfucker, dude. What an absolute dirtbag piece of shit. Our entire life's about to fucking change. And the fucking dollar's going up in smoke. What, now we're going to take Cuba? We're going to take Venezuela? We're going to take fucking Iran? Fuck you, Trump, you dirtbag piece of shit. They have fucking peace and prosperity and the fucking citizens love their fucking country. You are such a scumbag, dude. You are so cucked out to the fucking Jew. Fuck you.
Now, I don't share the same harsh feelings, but I do believe that, bro, Trump, he's effing up. Like, bro, you're effing up if you think this is going to go our way. I mean, it could, but if this doesn't end within 3 days and, you know, and we avoid the whole economic fallout, great. But if we don't, then bro, I don't want to hear no Republicans getting mad when there's a blue wave because Trump did it to us. He bushed it. He did a Bush. Bush got us into a war. What happened? It went all to the Dems. This is literally what Trump is doing. It's like Bush 2.0. Like, bro, you're bushing it.
We join you right now with breaking news from the Middle East. Israel has launched preemptive airstrikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran, going after a variety of positions inside the country. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, declaring...
And here's the thing. I know a lot of people are going like, but Seth, why is it all about Israel? Why is it all about Israel, Seth? Well, if you've been paying attention to the Likud party, well, who leads it, Bibi Netanyahu, they've been talking about greater Israel for a while. Mike Huckabee just said it out loud during his interview with Tucker that, oh, it'd be great if Israel took all of the Middle East. So Israel's plan has been to destabilize these countries in the Middle East and take their land, destabilize regions in their own country that Palestinians live in and take their land. This is what they've been doing. This is why nobody believes that, oh, this war with Iran's for us. I mean, oh, what, Iran's going to strike us? They don't have the capability to. They're going to build a nuke. We have no proof that they're going to build a nuke, nor have they said they are. Actually, there's a law forbidding them to build a nuke. So what is this all for? It can't be for Americans because none of our interest is in line with it. But all of Israelis' interest, all of Israel's interest is in line with this. That's why people are bringing up Israel, because none of our interest is being solved in this. And trust me, most of the American people do not want war with Iran. We don't want regime change in Iran because we know the price that it comes with. It's not going to be the same price we paid for Venezuela.
A special state of emergency across the country. Just moments ago, air raid sirens were sounding here in Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv and across major population centers here in the Middle East, warning civilians to stay close to protected areas, to bomb shelters, understanding that in the minutes and hours ahead, Israel may come under direct Iranian attack. We are getting a new statement from Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz. He says, in part, the state of Israel has launched a preemptive strike against Iran. Defense Minister Israel Katz declares a special and immediate state of emergency across the entire country. The state of Israel has launched a preemptive strike against Iran to remove threats to the state of Israel. As a result, a missile and UAV drone attack is expected against the state of Israel and its civilian population in the immediate time frame. Remember, there has been an ongoing U.S. military buildup across the region for the past 2 months.
The world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, is now just off the coast of Israel, near to the northern city of Haifa. You have the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group in the Arabian Sea, a variety of U.S. destroyers.
All right, now let's go ahead and see what's going on over here with our guys over here in Al Jazeera. Let's see, more explosions heard in Qatar's capital, Doha, in second wave of attacks. Man.
The sounds,
the
interceptions.
And I'm going to hold you there, Ali, because as you just alluded to, we have been hearing in the last few minutes more explosions in Qatar. I want to show you some of the latest pictures that we have that show some smoke rising over the capital of Doha. You can hear them again. I'm not sure if you could hear that. So let's cross over now to Zain Basravi, who is live for...
Guys, make sure to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Let's keep it going.
In Doha. Zain, can you tell me what you've been seeing where you are?
Absolutely. It is 2:51 p.m. local time right now here in Doha. Between around 2 or 2:15 p.m., we observed at least 2 rounds of interceptions of...
Oh, man, I didn't even see it. Yeah, well, shout out to my man Daniel Welch. Appreciate the support, bro. Man, I hope you're staying safe out there, brother. But yeah, shout out to my man Daniel Welch. And guys, bro, look, I know everybody thinking like, S.E.T, bro, but I thought you were a supporter of Trump, and I am. But when it comes to this move right here, I can't support it. It low-key shoots us in the foot. It shoots our progress in the foot when it comes to economic gains. This is not going to help us out. I mean, and let's be real. We could have worked things out with Iran. We did not have to go to war. Somebody asked me, yo, S.E.T, what would you have done? I'd have made sure Iran only did 3.5%. I'd have let them keep their ballistic missiles, but I'd have honed down on the proxies. I'd have been like, all right, bro, look, we'll let you keep the enrichment. We'll let you keep the missiles, but you cannot be supporting terrorist groups. And they'd have probably took that deal. But telling them that they can't do a damn thing, what do you think was going to happen? You really think that Iran was going to take, you can't have a nuclear program. You can't have ballistic missiles to defend yourself. So we pretty much told them that they don't got a right to defend themselves. And then they also got to stop supporting all their proxies. You really think they were going to accept that, even though I truly wish they did? Like, come on now.
Missiles. So multiple explosions, about 3 or 4 at a time in the skies over the city. When you look up, even now, you can see plumes of smoke where those defensive weapons, where those Patriot missiles are hitting incoming Iranian projectiles. At 2:35 p.m., another round, similar number, about 3 or 4. Just now, began about 2 or 3 minutes ago at around 2:48 p.m. There was another round, and we've counted about 7 or 8 different explosions so far this morning. Now, there's been dozens since these attacks started this morning of interceptions of these missiles over Doha. In the last hour, at least a dozen different explosions have been heard. We can assume that that's at least a dozen different interceptions of Iranian projectiles. These interceptions, it has to be said, are happening over civilian populated areas. They're happening in parts of Doha around Al Udeid Air Base as the Iranians try to strike that U.S. airbase, as they try to strike CENTCOM headquarters. But these interceptions...
Oh, and shout out to my man CSS. He says, Wild Theory, in the 1950s and 60s, Iran was very westernized and friendly with the U.S. If we, you're right, re-democratize Iran, we diminish Israeli influence and importance by having an Iranian democracy to partner with. Here's the problem. Like, I actually have to study Iran's government, and people say that Iran has, no democracy or anything. Iran hold elections for presidents. Now, even though their president has to be confirmed by the Ayatollah, they have 5 candidates they have to vote for as presidents. So when people say that Iran's not a democracy, I'm like, well, they do vote for the president of Iran. Like, just want to let y'all know that. And I mean, here's the thing. Iran, the reason why we overthrew Iran, even though they were westernized, it kind of goes to show you that our duplicity behind things, but it's because they wanted a better deal for themselves when it came to their oil. They wanted to, and they wanted to try to go outside of the central banking system. And that's 2 things that's going to get your ass overthrown, is getting a better deal for yourself when it comes to your oil, going outside the dollar, and being outside of the central bank or the central world banks. If you do that, your ass will get regime change no matter what country you are. That's why we did to Venezuela, because they were trying to go outside the dollar. I mean, we did it to Iran because they wanted a better deal for their oil and they wanted to go outside the dollar. So those 3 things is going to get your ass, attacked by the U.S. every single time. And it don't even matter what excuse we got to lie to y'all about to make it happen.
are happening around civilian areas. The last time that Iran tried to hit El Udeid in June of last year, we saw debris falling onto people's yards, on side streets, people posting videos showing parts of missiles and rockets. And what we are seeing now is at least two separate videos that are still pending confirmation. We can't confirm what we're looking at, but smoke rising over part of the city and seemingly a missile hitting the ground as well. But we're still waiting for confirmation on whether or not these can be verified. But what we do know for certain is that so far this morning, dozens of missiles have been fired at Qatar from Iran, and there have been dozens of interceptions.
Okay.
All right, though. Let's go ahead and get over here. I do believe, what was it? Yep. Fox News. Trump said he's taking actions no U.S. president has done before. I mean, did you forget about Bush?
Announced a massive and ongoing operation against Iran. This is a combined operation between Israeli and American forces. We did hear President Trump talk about Iran during the State of the Union address, although his notable, Griff, it came about 90 minutes into his speech, and he did reiterate Iran will never get a nuclear weapon. We heard a bit of history there from President Trump about this regime going back 47 years, the Iranian Revolution, taking Americans hostage at the embassy in Tehran for 444 days. He referenced the Beirut barracks bombing in 1983, killing 241 Americans, mostly U.S. Marines. And now President Trump is fighting back. He's saying he's taking action that no U.S. president has taken before.
All right, now, guys, let's go to let's go to a comedian's word on this. I know you're like, said a comedian. Well, you know, shout out to Charleston White. He's actually pretty damn funny, and he gave a pretty good breakdown on what's going on. So let's get into it.
See, the fools don't back America. See, the fools don't back America. America always back the fools, but America don't know China sitting back waiting. Russia is saying, we got them, y'all. Now they done took on another fight. I'm letting you niggas have
Like, yeah, I mean, bro, our adversaries like Russia and China are like, oh my God, thank you. They took on another fight to weaken themselves. Thank you. Thank you, Trump. Thank you for doing that dumbass move. Oh, and now we get to send our weapons to Iran for them to test? Like they're doing right the fuck now. Yes, China sent in missiles, radars, all to be tested against American weaponry. And if it works, well, they got their answer. Russia sending weapons to them to be tested against American weaponry. While we're spending billions of dollars on these operations, while we're putting our lives in danger, and of course, while we're also putting the threat of higher gas prices on the American people. And you know what our adversaries are doing? Chilling back, selling weapons to Iran, making money, and hoping for the best as they watch their weapons get tested against us without actually having to test it against us up front. We're doing everything our enemies want us to do.
The raw, unadulterated truth, because I see this is a group of black people don't know nothing about North Korea. They don't know that when President Trump was in power, that they killed a high-ranking motherfucking general in the Iran army over there in Saudi Arabia. They said a drone strike, and it was an unfair attack. Let me bag it up again. Y'all must forgot when President Trump was in power, they killed a high-ranking Iranian general of the army. He was a bad motherfucker that they killed. And the people loved him because he come from the bottom. And he was the army general. He was a bad, and they killed him with Israeli intelligence given to the white man with an unfair drone attack. It wasn't no real war, how they killed the general. They killed him in an unfair drone attack. So them Iranians swore.
Hey, all is fair in love and war.
To their God, they swore to their people, and they swore to the world that they was gonna get revenge. What's the best way to get revenge on this fracker white boy that play like he's a God-loving human? Get them Israeli motherfucker that they playing like it's the get them. That's how you get that white boy. Shake them up. Get them motherfucker. And that's what they did. All right. They got their lick back. America did this. Fuck is y'all talking about? And now here come the fool out there. See, the fools don't back America. America always back the fools. So the fools done something to the Palestinians. So the Palestinians said, come on, man, they done something to y'all, they done something to us. Let's get both of them. And here we go. So now America want to get in. But America don't know China sitting back waiting. Russia is saying, we got them, y'all. Now they done took on another fight. We got them. They still wore down from Afghanistan, y'all. They still woe down from Afghanistan. How they go involve themselves in this motherfucker here? But
no, it's not that we're woe down from Afghanistan, is that we kind of have a missile shortage. We have a missile shortage from our support of Ukraine. Like, we don't have enough missiles to keep this going for like longer than 2 weeks, is what I've been told. Like, we don't got enough missiles just to keep this going, guys. That's the main problems. And I mean, the fact that Iran's been producing missiles for like months on months. Like, we produce what, 400 missiles a year? They produce 300 missiles a month. That's the problem. Iran got missiles for days to throw at us. Well, to throw at our military bases in Israel, sadly. But all right, let's get back to Fox News.
And this massive ongoing operation against Iran comes 8 months since Operation Midnight Hammer. We heard you talking about those F-22s earlier. Just to recap some history, Griff, the F-22s are always the last to go in, these fifth-generation stealth fighter jets. They arrived 4 days before Operation Midnight Hammer, and you and I have been watching the deployment of these Raptors. They arrived in Israel for the first time in history just a few days ago, along with 14 aerial refueling planes. We're also seeing some open source reporting, some videos from Iraq showing Tomahawk cruise missiles. These are subsonic missiles, pretty slow by missile standards, coming from what appears to be the USS Gerald R. Ford strike group. A lot of people thought this was a defensive move, putting Ford so close to Israel. It is in part. Ford's destroyer escorts do have ballistic missile defense capability, but there's also an offensive punch. You can launch strikes from Ford using Tomahawk cruise missiles, and that does appear to be part of the first wave targeting Iran. You can also launch jets from Ford. In fact, if you look at a map, Griff, I don't know if the control room can put one up, the Ford carrier strike group is actually closer to Tehran than the USS Abraham Lincoln strike group in the Arabian Sea. We are seeing Iran firing back. There are reports and some videos which have not been verified showing the Al Dhafra Air Base in the United Arab Emirates. That's where traditionally the U.S. Air Force has kept its fast movers, its fighter jets. That base has come under attack. Also, the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet, headquartered in Bahrain. We understand there were some evacuations from there beforehand. In fact, not just the F-22 deployment, but when we saw the announcements of these evacuations from the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, from different embassies in the region, from U.S. military bases, including Al-Udeid, the largest base in the Middle East in Qatar, which has also come under attack. In fact, we just heard from leadership in Qatar saying they've intercepted an Iranian missile with a Patriot battery. Of course, those are U.S. made, not clear if U.S. forces directly were involved. The Qataris also know how to handle them. But what we're seeing so far is very different than what we saw when Iran launched its first massive attack on Israel back in April of 2024. We saw hundreds of drones, hundreds of ballistic missiles. So far, we haven't seen that. Part of the reason could be strikes decapitating Iran's command and control, its radar networks.
Oh, and shout out to Lala Go Harder. Sent a marshmallow high for 100 joules. Appreciate the support. Now, guys, I do want to get over to our guys over here at CNN, because they just released a video on this as well. So you see U.S. and Israel launch an attack on Iran. Let's see what CNN got to say.
Rocked multiple cities across Iran, including its capital, Tehran. Videos from Tehran show smoke. You see it here.
Yeah, I mean, Tehran is getting, bro. Attacks going on in Tehran, UAE, Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's going on all over the Middle East right now. I mean, let's see here. I do believe the report came up, which is, Bahrain says U.S. headquarters of the U.S. Naval Fifth Fleet has been targeted. But back to it.
Billowing over the city. And now we're getting reports of explosions in Gulf Arab countries hosting U.S. military bases. Live look now at Abu Dhabi, where explosions were reported, in addition to Bahrain and Qatar. A video now of an explosion in Bahrain. Officials say a missile hit the service center of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet in the country. These strikes happened barely a day after the latest round of indirect nuclear talks between Iran and the U.S. And sources tell CNN the U.S. military is planning for these attacks to last for days. Israel said the same. And both President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are now calling for regime change.
To the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be
brother. I mean, do you think they're going to really want to work with us, Trump, once we just got done bombing a girls' school and now innocent civilian lives have been taken? You think they're really going to want to work with us on that note? I mean, to just be real, though, because it's kind of wild how we go in there, bomb civilians, and think that, oh, well, yeah, work with us and help overthrow your government. I mean, that we're bombing you over. I mean, let's see how this works, guys. Let's see how this works. It could all work out, but most likely not. But hopefully it does, praying.
be probably
God
your
willing.
only chance for generations.
Yeah, Iran media reported just hours ago that Iran already launched dozens of ballistic missiles at Israel. And Qatari officials say that Qatar already intercepted 2 Iranian missiles, indicating Iran is carrying out that plan to retaliate. And our team is up and covering this breaking story from around the world. We'll get to Zach Cohen and Elena Treen in just a moment, but I want to start with CNN's Jeremy Diamond first. He's in Tel Aviv. Jeremy, have any of the Iron Dome intercepted any of those missiles? Is there a timing on when those might arrive?
Well, we certainly know that Iran has already fired a barrage of ballistic missiles at Israel. We had sirens going off not only here in Tel Aviv, but also in Jerusalem, in northern Israel, in southern Israel, pretty much Israelis everywhere across the country, millions heading to bomb shelters as those ballistic missiles came in. It does appear that there were several intercepts. We have not yet gotten reports of any actual impacts as a result of those ballistic missiles. But all of this kicked off this morning around 8:15 a.m. local time. Israelis were woken to the sound of sirens, not announcing incoming missiles, but rather alerting Israelis to this new state of emergency that is in place as Israel announced that it had struck targets in Iran. We then quickly learned that it was not just Israel, but that these are joint strikes carried out by the United States and the Israeli militaries, targeting a range of targets inside of Iran. I'm told that there were dozens of targets that were struck by both militaries. We have been watching, of course, for weeks now as the United States has been carrying out this enormous military buildup in the region, but simultaneously a diplomatic track was taking place. But this morning, that diplomatic track was completely cast aside in favor of this military action by the United States and Israel. We heard from President Trump making clear that this is not just about going after Iran's ballistic missile and nuclear programs, but setting the conditions for regime change. And we have heard similar comments as well.
I mean, yeah, so AKA, they never were trying to work out a deal with Iran. They were just feigning diplomacy. They're faking it. The whole, it was always about war with Iran, but they wanted to just run this like, we'll just run it like they were trying to get a deal with them. And it kind of shows that it's always been about regime change. There was never an attempt to actually make a deal with Iran, or we'd have made a deal a long time ago. Like we was actually about to get into a deal with them, but like I said, we moved the goalposts to their ballistic missiles and their proxies, and that's why everything fell out. But remember, we walked in there telling Iran that, oh no, this is about your nuclear program. Not about your ballistic missiles that we switched it to, and not about your proxies, but the nuclear program.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We know now that Israel is at a very heightened state of awareness. Most Israelis are either in their bomb shelters or very close by, awaiting the ramifications of this, as we are already watching Iran launch missiles not only here, but at other sites across the Middle East. Victor.
Jeremy Diamond for us there in Tel Aviv. We will get back to you in just a few moments. President Trump is monitoring the strikes from his Mar-a-Lago resort, and he calls on Iranians to stand up to their government and warns the fight could put American lives in danger. He also says the U.S. has done everything it can to keep American troops safe in the region. Earlier, President Trump explained the mission behind the operation.
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries.
All right, let's bring in CNN's Elena Treen. She's reporting from Palm Beach, Florida. Elena, the president said on Friday that he was not happy with where the talks were with Iran, and now we're seeing the consequences of that.
Absolutely. And I think you're right to point out that the context of all of this is incredibly important. We had been hearing of Victor in recent days, really in the lead up until this strike, these strikes this morning, the president saying that he wanted diplomacy. He was hoping a deal could be reached. And from all the conversations I had with people at the White House, that was sincere. But of course, at the same time, you saw the Trump administration and the president directly order the most massive military buildup in the region since essentially the 2003 war with Iraq. And so that leverage was there. And I think a lot of people were waiting to see whether the president would move on that. And of course, he did. I also found it very remarkable just to see the president in that video statement giving it and releasing it on social media, having that be the way that he delivered it. But look, there's a couple of things I took away, Victor, from those remarks from the president. One is that he said that this is going to be a massive and ongoing operations. And that comes as sources are telling our colleague Zach Cohen and I that the United States is planning for there to be several attacks or several days of attacks. This is going to be a long operation and could ultimately be, the largest military operation the president has ever overseen, including during his first term. But another moment that I found very striking as well is that he essentially and effectively called for regime change in Iran. The president said in those remarks, quote, "When we are finished, take over your government." That was a message directly to the Iranian people. "It will be yours to take. This will probably be your only chance for generations." That is a huge statement, particularly as really over the past year or so, ever since the president went into office for his second term, all of his top advisors were trying not to say that directly. And even though the president didn't say it directly, he came as close as he ever really has to acknowledging that one of the goals in this larger operation is to potentially see if the Iranian people can use this weakened state that the regime now finds itself in to kind of overthrow and push against the government there. So that was a remarkable thing as well. I also think it's worth pointing out, and you mentioned this, Victor, just how disappointed and frustrated the president seemed yesterday when talking about the negotiations that were going on just 2 days ago in Geneva between the president's top advisors, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner.
Yeah, because there was only two options. It was so it's either Iran, you give up everything, nuclear program, or missiles, proxies, or we want regime change. And Iran pretty much said, all right, well, it's best you just try to do regime change then. And then here we are.
With the Iranians and intermediaries in Switzerland saying that they did not go far enough.
Oh, and just updating right now, we got 6 countries that Iran has struck so far: the UAE, Israel, Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are the countries that have been struck by Iran, well, within the past 12 hours or so. Let me see here, a little footage. Bro, not music. So far, 5 countries. God damn. All right. So far, Iran's hit 5 countries, and the United States and Israel has hit inside of Tehran, a school in Iran that has been reported now as updates are flying in. See, what I told you guys says Iran says 5 students killed in an Israeli strike on a girls' school. People are now saying it's like 35 to 40 girls that's been killed in that strike. So, God pray for them. Let's pray. But all right, though, let's get back to it.
And what we know that the United States wanted from Iran was to, one, be very clear that they had no goals and did not want to ever make a nuclear weapon, and also that they would commit to zero enrichment of uranium, things that the president argued they were not able to get to. And so that is what's led us to this moment. But of course, so many big questions, I think, that many Americans still have about what the future of this is going to look like. And that has been a big struggle for a lot of people I know in the White House and the top levels of the administration. There are a lot of Americans and a lot of Republicans, I should say, many members of the Republicans base who do not want the United States involved in another foreign war, and particularly a protracted, long engagement. And we've actually heard some of that pushback from members of Congress this morning, making that point. And so that is going to be a crucial thing that the president and this White House needs to do moving forward, is to articulate exactly what their goal is as we move ahead in the days ahead with these operations.
Yeah, we'll expect that the recorded message that the president posted will not be the last we hear from him on justification for these strikes, considering that his promise to the American people was that there would be no new wars ahead of his 2024 reelection. Elena Trine for us there near the president's resort in Florida. We'll get back to you. Thank you. And we're getting reports of dozens of explosions across the Gulf, including Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Qatar, all home to major U.S. bases. A senior official in Qatar says that the country intercepted 2 Iranian missiles fired toward its territory. Let's bring in now CNN's Zach Cohen. Zach, what have you learned?
Yeah, Victor, U.S. officials really only describing the retaliatory strikes by Iran as an active situation. But as you mentioned, it does appear that multiple U.S. bases in the region have been targeted in response to this ongoing U.S.-Israeli operation targeting the Iranian government, it seems. And look, this is a risk and a potential threat that Donald Trump was well aware of before he ordered this ongoing operation targeting Iran, which he says is intended to carry out effectively regime change, or to facilitate regime change. He was very concerned about the potential risk to U.S. forces in the region, and he even alluded to that in his video message, saying and acknowledging in a very frank way that this operation could result in U.S. casualties. And we've reported previously that that was a major concern of Donald Trump's top general, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Cain, that he voiced concerns about the potential for U.S. casualties ahead of this operation. But still, obviously, that concern not outweighing what Donald Trump says that he wants to carry out here, and that is to encourage the Iranian people to rise up and take back their government. But we've also reported that there is not really a clear indication inside the U.S. government of what would come next, even if they can successfully facilitate regime change in Iran. So while we know that this operation is expected to go on for several days, or at least the Israeli and U.S. sides are both planning and preparing for that possibility, what would happen after that is very, very unclear at this stage.
All right, now let's go ahead and get into the next video, guys. All right, shout out to this guy.
War with Iran would be,
and you know, if you know him, then I think he's pretty popular on TikTok, and he's definitely a MAGA.
Such a complete and total catastrophic mistake, such a complete betrayal of everything that the MAGA movement was supposed to stand for, and everything that Trump has been standing.
Literally, no new wars. Now all of a sudden we're getting into it with Iran, and all these guys are promoting this war like, oh, like this is what Trump always talk about. He did say Iran can't have nukes. Well, Iran don't got nukes, and we're still going to war with them. And we haven't even proved it. There's no proof that Iran has any nukes. So, I mean, Trump got what he wanted, but yet we're still going to war with them.
Since he came down that escalator about 11 years ago, I can't even believe that it is a serious conversation. So it is very clear right now that there are a couple of factions who want war with Iran, none of which are the American public. We have a foreign government that wants desperately to have a war with Iran, that has been pushing for war with Iran since 1995. So they obviously want war with Iran. We have a news media and a DC war industrial complex who both want war with Iran, because war is big business for these people. And I don't think that a lot of people who are not into the kind of machinations of the swamp understand.
Oh, and shout out to Dark Elites. So Dark Elites, I appreciate you. He sent in a goat trophy for 1,000 jewels. Appreciate the support, man. And God, for every 100 jewels you send, that's $1. So appreciate the support, my man.
And how all of this works. For the news media, war with Iran means automatic ratings, big bucks.
Yeah, it does mean automatic ratings. It does mean I'm gonna get high viewership, but doesn't mean that I want it. I would love to get good viewership a different way, please. Not because we're going to war with Iran. I would hate that. But I mean, that's what happened during the 12-day war. I was seeing record viewership during then, and I'm probably going to see the same thing now, reluctantly, because I really don't like how the way it's playing out right now.
You know, you've got their little correspondents who've never really done anything, who can't wait to throw a little flak jacket on that says press and to go play war reporter overseas. Oh, they live for this because they've never served before. They've never been to actual war. The only thing they know how to do is go play war for cable news. So they can't wait to go play war for cable news. You have the DC war industrial complex, who are the slimiest, snakiest, sleaziest people.
Lindsey Graham, I mean, Mark Levin, Randy Fine. Yeah, you know, just a couple of guys that are that's just been trying to talk us into this war, and now it's pretty much getting what they want with the most vilest rhetoric out there, honestly, especially that guy, Randy Fine.
Will ever meet in your life who see war with Iran as a way to make more millions of dollars, because all these people want is more, because the millions and millions that they have is not enough. And you better believe that they're moving their stock options at the ready. You better believe that they are making sure right now they are completely financially primed to benefit from a war with Iran. And if you think that what they're saying about insider trading, all the stuff that Trump said about insider trading at the State of the Union, all the things that Anna Paulina Luna, our great congressman from Florida 13, has been saying about insider trading over the past couple of years, oh, this is nothing compared to the kind of insider trading.
Oh, and shout out to my man Sleepy Lounge. He sent 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, brother.
That will happen in Congress should we have a war with Iran. These people trading stocks that are tied to defense systems.
I mean, yeah, this war keeps going on. Make sure to buy Raytheon and all the weapons companies. Make sure to buy these stocks because they're about to be going up. About to be the only stock going up.
It is
maybe
demonic. It is gross. It's disgusting. And it's what all these people cannot wait to do. You know, it seems like the only people who don't want war with Iran are the American people. And I'm not even entirely sure if we even matter anymore.
Bruv.
In terms of how these conversations are happening in Washington, D.C. I voted for Trump multiple times. I'm a supporter of President Trump. I'm a supporter of this administration. And at this point, there should be no litmus test, no loyalty test. Oh, you're not being sufficiently loyal to Trump.
Literally, and I'm hating it right now. It's like, well, you're not being loyal enough to Trump. You should support the Iran strikes. I'm like, whoa, bro. I walked in here for no new wars. Now, you're not going to sit here and try to gaslight me and say, oh, I'm not being a good enough supporter because I'm not supporting this war. Like, I'm not supporting the possible taking of American lives and the current taking of innocent civilian lives in Iran. And most likely in all these other countries. You don't think that there are people working at these bases or near these bases that might have gotten hurt? Yeah. It's the reckless taking of lives that I will always be against. Don't care who the fuck's doing it. Because I'm consistent with this. But all right, let's get back to my guy here. Oh, and shout out to, let's see here. Let's see, was it Rigid? Well, whoop, I might be reading that wrong. Yeah, I think it's Rigid. Oh, and they said, S.E.T, you're doing a great job reporting on this. Thank you. Hey, man, I appreciate that. And shout out to all the supporters, man, in the chat. Don't worry, we're going to keep it going.
Trump, because you don't agree with war with Iran. At this point, we're way beyond that. And as a supporter of the president, as a supporter of this administration, and as a supporter of America above all else, should we get into what I think is a disastrous, catastrophic war, I will have no choice but to support the moves that this administration in America decides to make, should it get there. But I'm going to be on the record unequivocally 100% that what is being fed about what a war in Iran would look like is completely false.
Thank you.
Because if you've ever been to a war theater, if you know the ins and outs of all of this stuff, you know that Iran is not Iraq. We lost upwards of 3,000 American soldiers in the war with Iraq. And about 150,000,
which is smaller than Iran, has less people than Iran, is less military capable than Iran. But look, we lost during that. Okay.
Iraqis by my last count. Even one dead American soldier in a useless foreign war is too much. And if you think that a war in Iran is not going to lead towards tens of thousands of U.S. troops dying.
And guys, look, I know some of us don't want to call it a war, but Trump called it a war. Do we need to go back to what Trump was saying? He literally said, American people, hey, look, there's going to be some casualties. That's usually what happens in war. But don't worry, guys, we'll get through it. I'm like, bro, Trump is saying it. I wish I could sit there with you, but when Trump is saying, yo, this is intentionally, my intention is to get into a war with Iran, we can't even sit here and play stupid.
Then you're kidding yourself. This is the same crap that was sold to me and to this country when I was 20 years ago and fought in Iraq. When I was 20 years old and fought in Iraq. The same crap. Oh, this is just going to be quick and easy.
Bro, same crap. Oh, that we're going to be treated as liberators once we go into Iraq and freedom from Saddam. Did that happen? No. Oh, this is going to be an easy and in and out. Did that happen? No. Then why the fuck are you believing the same shit now? Tell me how that works, bro. You got lied to by our country one good time. I can get over that. But they're using the same thing, same lie, word for word, bar for bar, and you're going for it again? And some of y'all are old enough to understand this, old enough to honestly compare the two. Like guys in their early 20s or in their late 20s, I can understand. They were young. But guys who are 30 and up, we should know better.
This is going to be over in a couple of weeks. We're going to be great. Let me tell you something. It's garbage. And this is not what a war in Iran is going to look like. It is going to look like the catastrophic loss of tens of thousands of American soldiers in the long run. If you think that we're going to be in and out in Iraq, you're kidding yourselves.
Bro.
But the bloodthirsty warmongers that want nothing but war and death, that seem to have a lot of pull in this administration, want this war.
Yep.
The American people don't want it. I served in a war theater. I know what that is. I don't want this country to go.
But hey, man, if we call it out, brother, we're apparently not MAGA no more, and we don't support this, or we support the Ayatollah. Do you think this man support the Ayatollah? Do you think I support the Ayatollah? No. We're just being consistent with our beliefs. We're being consistent from what we wanted out of Trump, which was no new wars. And we're not getting that. Actually, we're probably about to get higher gas prices. The economy is about to take a hit because of this. So what are the people really getting? The only people that's benefiting is Israel because they're getting what they want.
Back there. I don't want to see tens of thousands of young men and women lost to another war. These people in DC, their sons and daughters are not going to be fighting this war. The sons and daughters of the foreign government that want this war so bad, they're going to be fighting and dying in this war. You know who's going to be on the hook for this? Americans, yet again. It is going to be our sons and daughters that die in this war. This fake war that a lot of bloodthirsty people have been advocating for 30 years. This is wrong. This should not happen. If it does happen, I will have no choice but to support what the administration decides to do and what this country decides to do. But I will tell you this, you will mark my words that through my platforms for the remainder of however long this happens, if it does happen, you will see the stories in the faces of every single American soldier that is lost to this. They will not be lost to the mainstream media industrial complex where they just give you a number or a name scroll on the bottom of the screen. On my platform, as long as I have breath in my body, if we go do this and we start losing tens of thousands of American troops.
Bro, if that's the case, I'm making a list. I'm making a list and I'm praying to it every day. I'm for the sad losses. I'm gonna be like, bro, this is what y'all said wasn't gonna happen, right? For all you dumbasses that said, oh, no lives will be lost, and it's gonna be easy. I'm gonna read off the names of every American life lost. And then please repeat that same dumbass statement again.
You will see their faces and you will hear their names from my mouth on my platforms. I hope to God that I am wrong. But let me be on the record as telling you that I think that this is wrong. I think that we should not have war with Iran. And I do not care whatever smears people throw at me, whatever you say about me, whatever lies you want to tell me.
And I'm telling, bro, they're going to tell lies about this guy because he's actually out there. But let's be real. They're going to start saying he supports the Ayatollah. He was never MAGA. He supports terrorists. It's the craziest type of gaslighting. It's like, instead of like honestly taking us at our word and honestly, you know, championing us on our consistency of no new wars, y'all want to sit there and flip it like we're supporting a Islamic regime, a terrorist dictator regime. And we're not. We're just holding your foot to the fire on what y'all said. And for some reason, there's a lot of people in MAGA that will just go along with Trump no matter what he does. And that ain't me. I'll be real with you. That ain't me. But all right, though, let's get into Israel released footage of strikes on Iran. And then we're going to go ahead and get into Al Jazeera. But this is the strike right here. As you see, this is the strike in Tehran. Dang. And boom, boom. Damn. Hey, yo, whatever that last missile was took out that whole spot. Taken out. And this is all footage that Israel released of, you know, them bombing Tehran. So this is coming from the Israelis. But all right, though, let's go ahead and make it over here to Al Jazeera.
Confirmed there have been attacks inside Bahrain has confirmed there have been attacks inside its territory. This is a moment a missile hit the U.S.'s 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain's capital, Manama. Bahrain's National Communications Center has confirmed other attacks targeting sites and facilities within its borders and has condemned those attacks. Let's bring in Rory Challenge in Amman, Jordan, for more on what's been happening in the region and the reaction, Rory.
Yeah, well, certainly for people here in Amman, in the capital of Jordan, it was a pretty noisy morning with the sounds of jet fighters you could hear quite clearly up in the sky, and then repeated booms, presumably of air defense or similar things reverberating around the skyline. We have heard from the Jordanian military that 2 ballistic missiles were intercepted and successfully neutralized by the Jordanian air defense systems. And indeed, there has been footage that emerged of some flaming debris that apparently landed on a house or near a house in the Marj al-Hammam area of the capital, but no injuries have been reported. Now,
here we go.
Jordan.
Shout out to Rob on Rumble. Appreciate the follow, my man. And you can also follow me on Rumble, guys, if you want to.
Many parts of this region, many countries in this region hosts US military forces. Now, the Jordanians have a big airbase, Muwafaq Salti Air Base, which is about 100 kilometers east of the capital. That has lots and lots of US planes, or certainly did very recently. 60 to 70 combat aircraft were documented there. There were Chinese satellite pictures that showed very clearly where they were on the air apron and on the strips of that airbase. The Iranians put out an AI video showing that this airbase was going to be targeted in the event of any attack by the United States or by Israel on Iran. And this has been part of Iran's wider pressure campaign against countries like Jordan, like UAE, like Saudi Arabia, etc., to basically tell them, if you are hosting US military capabilities, regardless of whether you are letting those military...
Oh, man, we got Ayatollah Khamenei to give a speech very soon, according to Iranian news. And let's see, several major oil companies and trading houses have suspended oil and fuel shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. So that's currently being shut down as we speak. So, yeah, but don't worry, I'll be back with you with more.
Military capabilities be used in any attack on Iran. It doesn't matter to Iran. Iran will still see those as legitimate targets and will strike back. Now, I have to say, for the moment, Jordan seems to have got away relatively unscathed. But, you know, this is very early on in this conflict, and things are certainly able to escalate. Other countries in the region. We've been seeing attacks in Bahrain and UAE, in Saudi Arabia and Iraq as well, are not quite have not escaped as quite as unscathed as Jordan has at the moment. But I think we have heard about 40 minutes ago the all-clear air raid siren going out, suggesting that the danger has passed for the moment, but we understand that there could be fresh barrages on the way at any moment.
Rory Challens, live for us in Amman, Jordan. Rory, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and get over to the next one here.
Qatar's foreign ministry has released a statement. It says the state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian ballistic missiles, considering it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct assault on its security and the safety of its lands, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that the state of Qatar reserves its full right to respond to this targeting in accordance with the provisions of international law and in proportion to the nature of the aggression, in defense of its sovereignty and to safeguard its security and national.
Like Andy, back to Iran being Christian is hilarious. See, and it's the problem. People want to make it about Islam and Christianity when it's not. It has nothing to do about religion. This has everything to do with, well, influence in the Middle East. I remember my man Monty was trying to argue that position. Oh, it's a religious war. No, it's about influence. It has nothing to do with religion. Now, if you want to bring up Hamas, that has something to do with religion, to the Alex Hamas and all that good stuff. But this right here has everything to do with Iran's influence in the Middle East and how they want to topple that. And it's not about Iran being a Christian nation or not, because let me be real with you. We support Israel and they got less Christians than Iran does. They got less Christians than Jordan does. They got less Christians than Qatar does. So if this is about Christians, bro, we're running up behind an ally that don't respect Christians whatsoever, that they get spit on, persecuted, mistreated, all in Israel. But shoot, in Qatar, they're doing well. In Iran, they got higher numbers of Christians in Iran than in Israel, but look who we're backing. So this ain't about Christianity, because if it was, trust me, this will be looking a lot different.
Interests. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasizes that the state of Qatar has been and remains among the first to call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing differences and resolving disputes through peaceful means, thereby sparing the region of the risk of escalation. Let's take you now to Axel Zaimovich, who joins us now from here in Doha. So, Axel, Iran had already said that it was ready and able to strike U.S. bases and assets in the.
Oh, and shout out to RKSI on Rumble. Appreciate the follow, guys. Like I say, go ahead and follow me on Rumble if you want.
Region, of which there are many. Bring us up to date with what you've been seeing where you are along the waterfront in Doha.
Well, right now, the situation seems to be really calm, but some 15 to 20 minutes ago, we heard a large, massive bang here at the sky. We can actually see that one of the rockets were intercepted, and it really goes to show that this is not over. But what we understand that the Qatar's air defense is still full swing in a coordinated attack to repel any potential threat and any missile that coming towards Qatar. But also, we have official statements confirming that the attacks are taking place and they have been successfully taken down. But also what we understand, there are no casualties and there's no damage to residential areas. And the public is being urged that to stay away.
You know what? There is something I do want to touch on that I know people in the chat are touching on as well. People want to say, talk to actual Iranian people. And little do you know, I talk to both sides. I talk to the Iranian people who support the government and the Iranian people who don't support the government. And that's what you guys are missing. If you're going to do any real type of honest reporting, you have to talk to both sides. You just can't talk to the anti-government guys and think you got a clear picture of what's going on in Iran. Bro, that's like talking to a liberal with TDS. Bro, if you talk to a liberal with TDS and you live outside of America, you're going to think we're a dictator regime, bro. Like, let's be honest. But if you sit there and talk to a MAGA guy, you're going to be like, okay, I got a better view of America. It's the same way with Iran. If you talk to somebody who supports the regime, you're going to be like, okay, so according to you, it's not as bad as they say. But if you talk to an anti-regime guy, they're going to go ahead and tell you all the horror stories you want. Just like I said, if you were outside the American, you talk to a liberal that has TDS, what are you going to think of America? You're going to think it's a pretty terrible place, right? Right. So if you have any intellectual honesty, please go find the Iranians that not only don't support the government, that support the government as well, and strike up a conversation. Because, I mean, they're all over X. We're ready to talk. They're all over X spewing out, oh, I don't want the war for the pro-government, and I do want the war for the anti-government. You can talk to these guys. They're actually nice people on both sides.
From the public area, do not touch any debris if they find it. And if they do find something, to immediately inform the authorities here in Doha. And it really goes to show that there might be some debris falling here, but we also have seen a lot of videos circulating on social media. One particular neighborhood here in Doha, there's been a large plume of smoke coming from that area, but we don't know any more details about that particular attack. So that's why we are still confirming to see whether it's a debris or is there any potential rocket that might be hitting some of these areas across Doha. And it really goes to show, Riley, to explain that the whole situation is taking a toll on civilians in the country in a way that all the flights have been suspended. Mm-hmm. And we also have a confirmation from Qatar Airways. They officially say that all flights have been suspended for the time being. And the airline has confirmed that the operations will be stopped due to the complete closure of the Qatari airspace. And they said they are working closely with the government and also deploying additional staff to the Hamad International Airport to help those passengers stranded in Doha. And it's really important to mention again, as the officials here have been saying, they've been advising and urging people not to go out and to follow official channels of communication, and just to follow these words coming from the government, because they also want to stop spreading any potential fake news, especially spreading on social media and unverified channels.
But Axel, I also want to ask you, because it's not just Qatar that has closed its airspace. It's not just Qatar where explosions have been reported. It is happening across the wider Gulf region. What can you tell us about what we've been seeing elsewhere?
Well, that's true. A similar situation like we see here in Doha, then it seems to be that this destruction is going to affect hundreds of thousands of people who have planned their holidays, who have planned to go back to their home, because this region is an international hub for so many passengers coming here. So that's why all the instructions coming from airlines should be followed from official channels, and they will advise passengers stranded at the respective airports what to do next.
Axel Zaimovich, live for us in Doha. Thanks, Axel.
All right, now let's go hard. Let's go hard and get over to, let's see, breaking news. Iran counterattack on Israel follows strikes. Came out about an hour ago.
Live in Israel and has some breaking news for us now. Trey.
Yeah, John, air raid sirens just sounded across Tel Aviv, Israel's second largest city. The Iranians have started their response. I just received a text message from a source in Tehran who said Iran is firing back.
Yep.
The sirens that
a source in Tehran, aka the Mossad. So yes, there's Mossad still in Iran telling everybody that, hey, yo, look, they're shooting rockets right now. Like, I know we told you guys that we degraded their missile defense system, but obviously not.
Across Tel Aviv were a signal of incoming ballistic missile fire towards central Israel. We also understand, according to sources in Haifa in northern Israel, the country's third largest city, that there is missile fire toward that city, but no impacts reported. At least 2 interceptions are being reported on Israeli media. But again, at this moment, John, the latest information that we can bring to you is that air raid sirens just sounded across.
You know what's crazy? I know I was having a debate with one of my co-hosts talking about, oh, well, that they can't make it through the Iron Dome. They're not like that. I mean, shoot, they doing it right now as we speak, making it through that Iron Dome, hitting Israel in their top cities. What did I tell you? What did I tell you guys?
Israel's second largest city.
I hate being right. I did not want to be right about this. I just want to let y'all know.
Of Tel Aviv, alerts going out on the phones, and I can see the local news in Israel right now, and there are alerts going one after another. Many of them in the West Bank and close to the city of Jerusalem as well. But again, this is a very fluid situation, but an indication that the Iranians have started their response. President Trump, as he said before, that there is going to be an ongoing and massive operation against the Iranians. That likely includes striking some of these missile launching positions, as many as possible, understanding that the Iranians could respond not just against U.S. forces near Iran, but also against Israel. And that is what this country is dealing with at the moment. The air defense systems here remain on high alert, and those special instructions this morning went out to civilians, telling them to remain in bomb shelters. And even just context now in the city of Haifa, sending photos from bomb shelters and the sirens that sounded just a few moments ago. We are learning from Israeli media right now, John, that one missile was intercepted, fired toward central Israel, but again, successfully intercepted. The fact that these missiles are being fired in 1 and 2 missile volleys is an indication that the Iranians may have been hit quite hard when it comes to their missile launching positions. Back during the 12-day war, sometimes they were firing dozens of missiles, even over 100 at a single time. And so we have to see how all—
Yeah, I mean, word on the street is that Iran got like 20,000 missiles to work with. Maybe more. Like I said, like in America, we make like what, 400 missiles a year. In Iran, they're making like 300 missiles a month. That's a problem. And this is why Israel wanted to get rid of their ballistic missile program, not only because they produced these missiles in high numbers, but also because they were able to breach the Iron Dome with them.
This plays out, but again, President Trump indicating this is going to be an ongoing and massive operation. The Iranians were given a diplomatic opportunity, and they did not take it.
No, the F they weren't, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. No, they weren't. Like, look, if they were given a diplomatic opportunity, trust me, they'd have took it. We told them, look, we care about your enrichment program. We want you to bring it down to 3.5. They said, okay, we got you. Then we turned from that to say, no, we don't want you to have a nuclear program whatsoever. And they're like, well, whoa, maybe we could talk about something around that, but like, well, we're not so much in agreement with that. Then we said the ballistic missiles, then the proxies. So can you really sit there and say that we were, like, I would say, negotiating in good faith if we're over here moving the goalposts every time they say yes to something? Like, come on.
John?
The president has made it clear that he is not messing around this time. As was mentioned earlier, some of the targeting involved the palace or the residence and the offices of the Ayatollah Khamenei. So they are going after the leadership as well as the military hardware.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Let's go ahead and see what's going on CNN. Just came out about 3 minutes ago. Yeah, isn't it kind of funny how, you know, what was it, Al Jazeera and all those guys are first? I mean, guys and X are beating CNN to the news.
Just as the strikes began, President Trump posted this message on social media.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout.
Oh, and shout out Tove. She says, morning, I got Kalshi. Oh, shout out to Tove. Appreciate you for getting that. I got a deal going on with Kalshi. Shout out to my partner, Kalshi. I'll probably play the ad later on in the stream. But shout out to Tove. She says, morning, got Kalshi last night, just waiting on deposits to go through. Also, I feel like this is something to steer us away from civil war. Well, I mean, that is true. I mean, it's really hard to come at each other when we're going to war with another country. I mean, if anything, instead of getting into a civil war, we might be getting into it over, should we be really getting involved in Iran? So I can see how that would steer us away. And shout out Tove. And guys, oh yeah, let me give out a quick shout out to my partners over there at Kalshi, guys. You want to go ahead and get in on that deal. And if you already know what Kalshi is, you can go ahead and use my promo code. So you can go over there, go to Kalshi.com, KALSHI.com/setmedia to get $20 when you trade $20. So 20 for 20. And like I said, go over to Kalshi.com when you get that promo code area, type in Set Media and get you that deal, my friend.
throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have
I mean, bro, we're relitigating old beef. So that's what we're gonna do. Instead of talking about what Iran did today or in this current time within the past 5 years, we got to stretch it all the way back to Iraq and be like, well, you know, Iran did this and they were involved in that. And I mean, bro, Iraq was a mistake. That was them defending an ally. We get that now. We understand that we were in the wrong now. You trying to relitigate old beef that Iran did to us. We kind of understand why they did it. Now, no, we don't agree with it. We don't like it, but we understand that, yo, if we was to never get into war, into that BS war, that would have never happened. Here you are trying to relitigate old beef from that BS war.
Continue to launch.
Damn it, Trump. Damn it, bro. Like, damn it. Well, one thing I was hoping you wasn't going to do was go to war with Iran. And here we are. You're good. He might F up all the good work he did for the economy. He might actually F that up.
Countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked.
And shout out to my man Jet. He says, he's like, IDK Trump, sounds like Israel's running the show with it. I mean, really, sounds like Israel's running the show with this one. To be quite honest with you, Jet, I feel the same way. I'm like, bro, how do we benefit? And I mean, if you don't know about Israel's Greater Israel plan, go ahead, look it up. Because you think I'm bullshitting you. Netanyahu literally held a map of Greater Israel, pretty much taking parts of what? Iran, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Turkey. That's the plan. And once he's done with Iran, they're going to go after Turkey. God forbid we let him get his way with Iran. God forbid, because that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to see the striking down of multiple Muslim countries on the guidelines of, oh, but the Muslim Brotherhood.
The earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried, They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this.
I mean, remember what he said. We may have casualties. It often happens in war. She's trying to pretty much downplay the casualties. So when casualties start rolling in, we're like, Trump, but what about this, that, and the third? Well, we're under war. They have casualties. And that's what MAGA is going to be telling us as well. And as innocent women and children get bombed, hey, guys, it's a war. There's casualties. I mean, that's what you're just going to keep gaslighting us with.
For the future. And it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that
Iran was not threatening the United States to strike us with a nuke because it doesn't have a nuke. Actually, Iran already admitted that they cannot strike the U.S. on its homeland. That's why they got to go for our bases. Like, they've admitted this. So I'm not sure why they always got to sell the fear of, oh, well, Iran's going to strike us one day on our homeland when that's impossible. They don't have the tech to do so, nor do they even wish to create it.
with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete.
So you're speaking to the police, right? The same police guys that went out there and shot the Iranian people, according to you guys. We're betting on those police guys, right? Like, what the fuck am I hearing, bro? Get what Trump just said. The Iranian police and military, the same guys who are shooting the rockets all throughout the fucking Middle East right now. We're depending on them. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Excuse my language, but what are you saying, Trump? So the same guy that y'all claim shot up over what? 40,000, unverified number, by the way, 40,000 Iranian citizens. Those are the same guys we're trusting to lay down their weapons. Good Lord, man. God help us, bro. God bless the United States. God help us.
immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity.
Oh,
Or
and shout out to my man, Dr. Luke the GOAT. Long time no see, my friend. Happy you're still with us. I enjoy supporting you, Set. You got it. Hey, I appreciate that. You pretty much saying you got our backs, hey, and you got mine. I appreciate that. Because trust me, what I'm saying right now, I'm about to take a lot of heat from my own side, which I kind of already was. But especially when it comes to my stances on Israel. But I'm about to take a lot of heat from my own side because of my anti-war stance. And that's perfectly fine. I don't give a damn. Because I'm going to stick to my convictions. I'm gonna be consistent about what I believe. And I ain't just going to switch up because of Trump. Like, I believe that we should not be in war with the Middle East, and we should be looking for peace in the Middle East, because none of these countries want it with us. It's not even Iran, as much as we try to fearmonger and say they do. They don't. Actually, Iran was one of the first people to try to come to us with a deal, because Trump was going out to the Middle East talking about, look, we're no longer going to get involved because we don't like your government. We're no longer going to be doing all this petty stuff with you guys, like sanctions, because we don't like your government. And then what do? Exactly what we said we weren't going to do to Iran in this case, to Iran.
you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So
no, you ain't giving us what we want. You're giving what Israel wants, and I mean, I guess the anti-government guys or the anti-regime guys in Iran. And I mean, so we're gonna put other Iranian lives in danger. I just want to know what's going to be the excuse for the bombing of that school for girls. I just wonder what the excuse is going to be. Well, they're part of the regime set, so their lives don't matter. I'm just waiting for that one right there.
Let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all.
And that was posted at about 2:30 a.m. Eastern time by the president. And since then, we saw, of course, the strike across many cities in Iran and the retaliatory strikes across several states and countries there in the region. The UAE reporting that one person was killed by debris falling from one of the intercepts of a ballistic missile from Iran. Let's talk now about the political implications of this operation with Errol Lewis, political anchor for Spectrum News and the host of The Big Deal with Errol Lewis. Errol, good morning to you. And before we get into those specific elements, let's back up just a bit. I mean, the world is awake and watching this, but put this into a domestic political context. Just the moment that we're watching in President Trump's time in office and the gravity of the address we just played in full.
Good morning, Victor. It's interesting that this should be happening right now. There was a poll taken just a couple of days ago, the Associated Press has reported, saying that people have, by and large, Americans have very little confidence in this president to handle a situation of exactly this sort. People are worried, a majority of voters are worried about a nuclear-armed Iran, but an overwhelming majority say they are not entirely comfortable with Donald Trump as the person to try and solve the situation. And so I think when you see that there is this arms buildup, there's this troop buildup, the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, steaming into the region, we know that there's a lot of force being directed at Iran, but it's really telling that there's no troop presence. And the president's address really confirmed that. It's not a full-scale invasion. He wants to try and get out of this or get through this, maybe provoke regime change, without a lot of American casualties, because I think the White House knows very well that the people are not necessarily behind this, and that what starts out as uncertainty can turn into direct political opposition if this goes on for too long.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's true. Direct political opposition. I mean, look at this video right here. Now, like I said, when you strike a country, there's two things that happen. I mean, there's the people who hate the government is going to sit there and cheer, and those are the voices that MAGA pay attention to. But they don't want to ever pay attention to, well, the voices of the people who do support the government. And I get it. You don't like the regime, but I mean, these are people that, we're pretty much saying that we're okay with killing. I just want to let y'all know that. But yeah, and this happened after we struck the school. The school for girls that are reportedly like, well, they say 5. Ron says 5, but all over X they're saying like 35, 40 children. But let's just stick with 5. Don't show you this. I know they want to make it seem like there is zero support for the government. I ain't saying there ain't no anti-government. Of course there is. But when you paint this lie, making it seem like there is no support for their government, yeah, that's what you get. That's when you start tricking American people into thinking that we're doing the right thing here when you don't even want to show the other side. So, yeah, you're working off one side of the story thinking what all Iranian people think. It's like I said, it's like going over to America and listening to nothing but liberals about America. You're going to think we're living in a dictator regime. But I'm pretty sure that's not going to connect to some of you guys because you're a bit too thirsty to believe this about Iran. And that's fine. It is what it is.
Israeli airstrikes targeted Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei. However, the Israelis failed to achieve their goal. Reuters reports that Khamenei was moved to a secure location before the attacks and is safe. Israeli airstrikes are targeting the cities of Tehran, Qom, Karamabad, and Isfahan in Iran. Majid Akwan, a spokesman for the civil aviation organization, told a Mer correspondent that the entire country's airspace has been closed until further notice. The attack on Iran had been in preparation for several months, and the launch date was set several weeks ago, according to an Israeli Defense Ministry spokesperson. The Mossad's official Persian-language Telegram channel calls on Iranians to help return Iran to its glory days. The Associated Press news agency reported that the strike in Iran's capital happened near offices of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Iran's semi-official Tasnim news agency reported that explosions also occurred in Tehran's northern side Khandan area. Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz described the attack as preemptive in order to remove threats to the state of Israel.
Oh, guys, and let's see. I think this might be breaking. I'm about to go look deeper into this, but let's see. Amir Hatami, the Islamic regime's defense minister, was eliminated. All right, nice. Not to sit here and be mad at progress. Damn. All right, and death toll at the girls' school that was struck in Iran has risen to 57 students. So yeah, and I mean everybody's kind of going off on Twitter. They're calling Trump, what was it, the Epstein regime? Yeah, I know. The Islamic regime versus the Epstein regime, and that's what they're calling us because, well, we just bombed the school for girls. Well, Israel bombed it, But I mean, they're kind of throwing us in there as well. But yeah. And let's see, here it is right here. Let's see here. I mean, like the filthy Epstein regime has slaughtered 57 little girls at their elementary school in Manab City. So, yeah. I know what people are saying, like, wait, they go to school on a Saturday? Yeah, didn't you go to Bible school as well, dude? They have such thing as like Quran school. Like, they study their religion on Saturdays, just like, some Christians go to Bible school on Saturdays. I mean, was this what you guys wanted? The innocent bombing of children? Like, is that what y'all wanted? I mean, because this comes with it. I mean, if you didn't know that came with it, then that's pretty naive for you not to know that. But all right, though, let's get to the next video here. Because man. All right, here it is. Russian foreign minister.
Ministry said Russia urges an immediate stop to the. In a statement, the foreign ministry said Russia urges an immediate stop to the attacks on Iran. It says the situation must be returned to the path of political and diplomatic settlement. Let's get more now from Dmitry Medvedenko, who joins us now live from Moscow. Dmitry, Russia is one of Iran's biggest allies. Tell us more about what the Kremlin's been saying.
Well, we've just learned that Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi called his Russian counterpart on the phone. He talked to Sergei Lavrov and discussed the situation and said that he's going to be initiating an emergency UN Security Council meeting. Sergei Lavrov condemned the attacks on Iran and offered his assurances that Moscow will be aiding Iran in finding a peaceful resolution to the situation, including in the Security Council. Now, in this statement that you've mentioned from the Foreign Ministry, the Foreign Ministry has called the attack on Iran a reckless step. It said that Moscow has no doubts that it is a premeditated and unprovoked act of aggression against the sovereign nation in violation of international law.
I mean, yeah, it is unprovoked. I mean, Iran didn't attack them whatsoever. They was in talks. So when Israel and the United States struck Iran, yeah, you can sit there and say it's unprovoked. And of course, you can also sit there and say, well, the talks didn't go through and all this good stuff. But yeah, that's not really a good reason. It's still unprovoked if you strike a country without them, having any type of, I guess, military aggression towards you. And it's still unprovoked.
It also said that Washington and Tel Aviv bear full responsibility for all negative consequences in the region and around the world as a result of this attack. Now, Moscow has also said that additional condemnation should come from the fact that the attack happened under the cover, as it said, of peace negotiations with the United States, and contrary to signals coming from Israel that Israel does not seek any military confrontation with Iran. Now, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs says that Israel provided these signals to Moscow. Now, let me quote also two lines here from the statement. The international community, including the leadership of the UN and IAEA, must immediately give an objective and uncompromising assessment of the situation aimed at these irresponsible actions aimed at destroying peace, stability, and security in the Middle East. And Washington and Tel Aviv have once again embarked on a dangerous adventure that is rapidly bringing the region closer to a humanitarian, economic, and possibly radiological catastrophe. This is an important part because the only nuclear power plant in Iran is in Bushehr. It is a plant that Russia helped build and helps operate.
And it has been struck. Yeah, it has been struck already. And it is a plant that Russia builds. Russians operate in there. So when we struck there, we might have accidentally taken out, Russians as well. Which, I mean, according to Lindsey Graham, I mean, hey, that's a good thing. According to Lindsey Graham, of course.
Russia provides the fuel for the plant and also takes in the spent nuclear fuel. So the situation around that, because we have had reports that one of the strikes came on Bushehr. We don't have any reports of damage there. Moscow is obviously concerned with what happens with that nuclear power plant. It evacuated some of its staff in the June attacks last year.
Okay. Dmitry Medvedenko, thank you for that update from Moscow.
All right, then. All right, now let's go ahead and get into our Iranian deputy foreign minister says timing of attacks deeply troubling. All right, let's get into it.
Saudi Arabia is condemning the Iranian strikes on the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan as a breach of sovereignty. Abdulaziz Al-Ghashian is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum.
Shout out to Oman. The Oman foreign minister saying something real. He's like, I urge the United States not to get stuck in further. This is not your war. I mean, no, it's not. You're right. This is for Israel. This is all about what Israel wants in the Middle East and nothing about what the U.S. wants in the Middle East. We were okay with Iran having 3.5% nuclear enrichment. Israel said no. We were okay with Iran having ballistic missiles. Israel said no. Shit, we were even okay with Iran's proxies because we allow Saudi Arabia and the UAE to have their proxies. Israel said no. So when y'all want to sit here and think this is about American interest, it's not. Go, but Iran could strike us too. They can't. We know who they can strike? Israel. That's why you always have some Israeli talking about, oh, you guys are next when we're not. Like, we didn't recklessly strike Iran. You guys did that first time, not us. Their beef is with y'all, not us.
And he joins us now live from the Saudi capital of Riyadh. Thank you very much for being here with us for this breaking news. Can we start with, please, how is this being received in Saudi Arabia and what are people there saying today?
Well, thank you very much for having me. I mean, needless to say, things aren't really hunky-dory. It is exactly what the Saudi diplomacy and GCC diplomacy has been trying to avoid for years. Nightmare scenario after nightmare scenario has been manifesting before our very eyes. And this is why, unfortunately, the diplomacy has been invested in so much to avoid this. And unfortunately, we have reached this limit. Right now, I think the strikes on Iran, which led to the strikes on these Gulf capitals and these Gulf states, just simply making sure that, or reminding us that of how insecure we are really in the region. And therefore, I think that the condemnation that Saudi Arabia has issued speaks to the fact that I think it has done everything it can, just like what the Qatari statement suggested, that it does everything it can to try to avoid being targeted. It did not facilitate any American, needless to say, Israeli strikes on Iran, yet Iran still decided to strike some of these states and trespass the sovereignty. So we're right now in an era, really, of a nightmare scenario that's just taking place time and again.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why Iran's striking these countries is because they hold military bases. They weren't holding military bases, Iran wouldn't be striking these countries. And I'm not saying it's their fault for doing so. I'm just saying it goes to show how Iran, what they say is true, that they can't strike American on our soil. So they got to go for our military bases in the region. And they got to go for closing down the Strait of Hormuz and attacking oil sites around in the Middle East. And that's the only way they can honestly hurt us, because they can't strike us on American soil. I mean, if you believe that, then, I mean, you're lost. You don't even know what you're talking about.
And I think what we're going to see now is a new era of just insecurity. The reason why, Riley, the reason why we have invested a great deal of this diplomacy is because we in the GCC and Saudi Arabia are on the front line of two other people's wars, and now three people's wars. It's the United States, Israel, and Iran. We are on the front line here. And then as a result, the landscape is something that we're going to suffer from. So this is why there's going to be a lot of frustration and a lot of diplomacy going to be at play. And we're just going to have to wait and see. There's just many variables that are not in our hands or not in the hands of the GCC. So I anticipate the Saudi ruling elite, as well as the Gulf states and their ruling elites, are not going to throw more fuel into the fire. I think they are the most level-headed out of all these actors. So we are just going to wait and see. I think American officials have suggested that this may be a few days long.
I'm very sorry to interrupt you. We have another guest that we have to get to in short order. Hamid Ganbari is the deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran, and he joins us now live from Dubai. Thank you for being with us on Al Jazeera. Iran has strongly condemned the recent U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. What is Iran's official assessment of these attacks?
What the?
Hello, and thank you for having me. Iran strongly condemns these airstrikes. From our perspective, they constitute a clear violation of the UN Charter.
Oh, crap. Hold on now. And an Israeli fighter jet was shot down by Iranian missile defense. Just in, first footage of Israeli fighter jet down by Iranian air defense system in Iraq airspace. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. I mean, holy shit. I didn't even think they'd be able to hit a jet. There it is right there. Israeli jet is struck over Iraq as it's falling. I actually hope the pilot actually got out in time.
Allah.
So yeah. And this is what the Iranian air defense did to an Israeli fighter jet. I mean, of course it wouldn't hit ours. Ours is a little bit more advanced than Israel's. Let's just be real. Like and we're the ones who sold them that jet after us watering it down, which we always do, by the way. It's something that we always do, no matter who the country.
Especially the principles of sovereignty, territorial. Hello, and thank you for having me. Iran strongly condemns these airstrikes. From our perspective, they constitute a clear violation of the UN Charter, especially the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and prohibition of use of force. Military attacks on Iranian territory undermines international law and threaten regional peace and stability. Iran has always emphasized that disputes should be resolved through diplomacy, not through force.
So these strikes occurred while diplomatic contacts between Iran and the United States were ongoing. How does Iran interpret this timing?
You know, the timing is deeply troubling. Iran entered diplomatic contacts in good faith because we believe that dialogue and diplomacy are the most responsible ways to reduce tensions and avoid conflicts. When military attacks takes place during diplomatic engagement, it damages trust and raises serious doubts about the commitment to peaceful solutions.
So Iran has now responded to the missile strikes on Israeli targets and U.S. military facilities in the region. What is the legal basis you have for this response?
Iran's response is based on the inherent rights of self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter. When a state faces an armed attack, it has a right to defend itself and its people and territory. At the same time, we deeply regret that human suffering caused by this escalation. One of the most painful tragedies occurred in the city of Mina, where an elementary girls' school was stuck during the attacks. According to the latest reports, around 40 people have been killed, many of them young school children and school staff. This is not only a military issue. This is a humanitarian tragedy.
Hold on, don't tell me he confirmed it.
Has a right to defend itself and its people and territory. At the same time, we deeply regret that human suffering caused by this escalation. One of the most painful tragedies occurred in the city of Mina, where an elementary girls' school was stuck during the attacks. According to the latest reports, around 40 people have been killed.
Damn. So yeah, the school was attacked, which, I mean, that's a war crime, by the way. According to the Geneva Conventions, you're not allowed to blow up hospitals or a school. Israel, but once again, they did it, and we're going to sit by and allow them to do it. So what's y'all excuse for that? How will you guys defend the Holy Land on that ground right there? Please tell me. I want to hear it.
Many of them young school children and school staff. This is not only a military issue. This is a human.
Please tell me how you're going to defend the killing of these little girls. Please tell me. Oh, well, they're Muslim set, so it's okay. So it's okay to kill Muslims now, guys. Like, that's how hateful we became. Please tell me how can you justify it?
Humanitarian tragedy. Children, schools, and civilians must never become victims of war. The loss of those young lives is heartbreaking and reminds the world that the human cost of conflict is always the heaviest for the most innocent.
Some of these strikes targeted U.S. bases in Gulf countries. How does Iran...
Bro, you already see the propaganda? You remember when Israel hit that school, hit the hospital, and it was proven that Israel hit the hospital, but everybody tried to say it was an Hamas rocket that hit the hospital? You see how they use the same shit over and over again, and people fall for it? Because look what he just said. Oh, it was an Iranian missile fire that blew up their school. No, it was an Israeli strike that blew up the school, bro. Sorry.
address concerns from the regional states about this?
Iran respects the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all regional countries, especially our neighbors in Persian Gulf. Our actions were not directed at those states or their people. They targeted specific foreign military facilities that were used in operations against Iran. Iran remains committed to regional dialogue, mutual respect, and cooperation with neighboring countries.
At this point, is Iran expecting that the United Nations or the international community will play any role at this stage of the crisis?
Definitely, Iran expects the United Nations and the international community to uphold international law and to protect civilians. The tragedy in Mina, where children lost their lives in school, shows why the world must take humanitarian law seriously. Schools, students, and civilians must be protected.
You know what's so crazy? I guarantee you, in the next couple of days, they're going to try to put all the propaganda around this story to try to make it seem like it was Iran that attacked the school full of girls because they're just such a radical, evil regime, guys. They attack little girls while they're at school. It's like, oh my God. Like, trust me, that's the propaganda coming up next. When we all know Israel's the one who bombed it. But I mean, look, man, it kind of does seem like, and I'm sorry, Mag, I'm gonna have to tell you guys, but y'all aren't willing to be wrong. Y'all are not willing to be wrong about this. This is wrong. And if y'all gonna sit there and justify the killing of little girls, I'm gonna have to walk out.
At all times. The United Nations Security Council has a responsibility to address this situation, to prevent further escalation, and to ensure accountability for attacks that harm civilians.
Do you see, looking forward, any possibility for de-escalation or a route to de-escalation in the near future?
Actually, Iran does not seek escalation. Our priority remains peace, stability, and diplomacy. But the escalation requires the attacks to stop and that Iran's sovereignty and rights are respected. The world must remember that behind political tensions, there are human lives, including children, whose futures should never be destroyed by war. If aggression stops and respect for international law returns, there would be hope for, coming back to de-escalation.
Look, I mean, look, we already see where some of the American people are coming from. Some people actually think these people deserve to die because they're Muslims, because they have this fantasy that Islam is here to take over the world when they can't even prove how that's true. They say it's in their book. You pointed out how it's not in their book, and they sit there and they have a malfunction. They start like twitching, like, but Islam is evil. It's like, yeah, okay, bro, okay.
Respecting the territorial integrity of countries and coming back to the international relation based on the rule of law.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Hamid Ganbari is the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iran.
All right, though. We'll go see what's going on with the Israeli media. But first, let's check out Newsmax.
I want to bring in retired Air Force Brigadier General and Newsmax contributor Blaine Holt. Blaine, good morning to you. If you, and like everyone else, were waking up to this information of these massive strikes, get your first reaction to obviously what's going on, which the president called major, massive. He used the word war, and it's also very clear these are decapitation strikes.
It is. And, we saw all these hordes running throughout the week getting to this place. You can never be 100% sure of what the timing of one of these things is going to be like, but the market's closed. So you want the weekend to lessen the instability to what's going to happen financially in this world. And then you had luminescence, meaning the moon. And the lighting of the moon was perfect for night vision goggle work and aerial operations. And then third, you had a recalcitrant regime which said, under no circumstances are we giving up this program or our missiles. So that checks all three boxes. And while we could have seen a massive deception and something else to get the regime out of there, now it's very clear. There is no way that this ends with the regime intact at the end of this thing. This is going to go to its logical conclusion. I would only say that war has second and third order effects, and there is no way to understand what is going to happen in the days ahead. So we have to stay resilient. We got to stay resilient here at home with terror groups potentially being activated. War is not without risk, and so we pray for the soldiers and the sailors and the airmen and the Marines, but we also need to stay resilient here at home.
Blaine, you were a former pilot, and what do you make of going in broad daylight? Obviously, stealth fighters can't be seen by radar, but they can be seen by the naked eye.
Yeah. So, would you expect all of our major attack in the daytime? No, you might loosen up a little bit, and you might get a little bit relaxed. And the reason the night vision goggle information is so important is because before you hit one thing, there's a lot of preparation steps in an air campaign. There's a lot of things flying before you're going to actually throw a bomb at somebody. And so, what we have done now is we're blinding them. We're taking out command and control systems. We're moving in on aerial defense systems. We're protecting all of our assets by getting launchers to the best extent we can. They fired a barrage that was really quite something in the early morning of this. So we'll just have to see where it goes from here. But a desperate regime that has no way out does desperate things. So we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, Fred, what do you make of the Western response that we have seen thus far from the EU, the United Kingdom, Australia, the way that they have responded to this? What do you make of that?
I mean, as I thought, they're all sitting on their hands talking about we condemn the United States, but we also want regime change in Iran. It's like, I don't know, they're talking out of both sides of their mouths here.
Response, what I'm hearing is similar to what we saw in June, that these states didn't want to join us, and they're going to wish that it was done through the UN. They're going to complain it was not. They're going to complain it was a violation of international law, but they're not going to object.
I mean, yeah, when they bombed the school, that was a violation of international law. Like, let's be real.
Too much, because they know that this is a regime that's been destabilizing the world. You know, Iran was sending assassination teams through Europe to kill dissidents, and the European governments did nothing about it. So I think at the end of the day, if this is successful, we may not get open statements by most European nations thanking the U.S. and Israel for this, but privately they will be doing that.
Yeah, we also haven't really heard much statement as well from the axis of resistance that really plagues that entire region as well. Iranian proxies yet to really come out and say whether or not they're going to support Iran and join this war. Jonathan, what do you expect to happen there? Do you think we will hear from Hezbollah? Do you think that they will come in of support of Iran?
Yeah, that's a very, very important
question. I mean, maybe, because Hezbollah, I mean, they've been weakened over the past year due to the strikes in Lebanon and that pager, the little pager ordeal where they bombed, where they set off the pager that killed a good amount of Hezbollah's leadership. I mean, they've completely decimated Hamas, decimated Hezbollah. They're working on the Houthis still. So it's really hard to tell if they're actually going to want to join in on this since they've been weakened like so much.
Question. So far, what we've heard is the democratically elected prime minister of Lebanon warning Hezbollah in Lebanon not to drag Lebanon into a war at the behest of a foreign power, i.e. Iran, and staying out of it. And one could hope that Hezbollah would listen to it. So far, they have neither said nor done.
No, that's funny. We were trying to tell our government the same thing. Don't get into a war because Israel wants to get into it. Funny.
Anything in the opposite. However, Iranian proxy forces in Iraq, they just issued a statement that they are going to join in the fighting, and they will.
You know, so funny. It's now, guys. I wish I wasn't being so delusional right now. When Donald Trump calls it a war, when Donald Trump literally sits there in front of our face and say there's going to be casualties, just like there is in any war. You sitting there trying to say this is not a war is not helping you when Donald Trump says it's a war. He pretty much laying out the plan that he plans for this to be a war. Now, he says it on public TV. He may withdraw his statement, but as of now, as of what Donald Trump's saying, he's considering this a war. So who the hell are you to say it's not when he's considering it?
Be firing at American targets, and the Houthis in Yemen, another Iranian proxy, have said or indicated that they're going to fire at maritime targets and also return to firing towards Israel. So it's the kind of a mixed bag. The most important, most of the firepower is Hezbollah. And if they join in, I think the consequences for the region, but specifically Israel and Lebanon, could be quite serious. And one would hope that Hezbollah would be wise enough to stay out and understand that it would be a losing battle for them to join in. Israel is prepared for that. We have a lot of air defenses and a lot of troops that are positioned in northern Israel, focusing and ready. These are different tiers, different levels of our air defense against Iranian ballistic missiles. It's mostly the Arrow and Patriot interceptors. Here it is Iron Dome and the David Sling. So Israel technically can deal with both of these fronts simultaneously, even though Israel would prefer not to. So let's hope that the Iranian proxies will stay out of it for the benefit of Lebanon, of Iraq, and Yemen, and do the smarter thing here.
Yeah, Blaine, to that larger point, and I know I've seen a lot of reporting about the historic nature of this attack, but also the historic use of military assets. And the Gerald R. Ford, the carrier group, the most powerful modern carrier on the planet, not being sent to the front lines, being stationed off the coast of Israel to protect Israel while the Abraham Lincoln is sitting there launching the attacks. They said that's not something that's been done since World War II when you do a defensive carrier position.
Well, both are very comparable. Both are very comparable assets, and thanks. Both are very comparable assets, and the reason that the Ford is there is because the array of technology that it has on board to aid with missile defense, to help Israel through that and the region through that, makes much more sense to have that asset there. The Abraham Lincoln is right now in position as well. They've got to defend the fleet. All of those ships do. But they're there as an offensive weapon as well, and they're going to be continuing round-the-clock strikes in what is not just a naval campaign. This is a joint and combined and integrated campaign with Israel. So this is orchestrated, many moving parts, but we do this so well. It's done beautifully from our Air Operations Center, and they're all working together. So the whole net is up and alive, 24/7, strikes available. But to the extent that we're decisive is what's going to determine whether the proxies want to be in the fight or not in the fight. If their life support system's cut off, very likely they're not going to be in the fight.
Yeah, Fred, I'll bring you back into the conversation as we continue to talk about the reaction and the response that we are seeing from other countries around the world. We are now seeing.
I mean, we do have, breaking. We do have a complaint from Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey is calling this an act of war unauthorized by Congress. The U.S. is attacking Iran, according to AP. I mean, well, we'll see about that. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some legal complications in this.
There you go. That response there from Russia as well, from former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, saying the peacemaker once again showed his face. All negotiations with Iran are a cover operation. No one doubted it. No one really wanted to negotiate anything. Fred, your reaction to that? I really wanted with Iran are a Medvedev saying the peacemaker once again showed his face. All negotiations with Iran are a cover operation. No one doubted it. No one really wanted to negotiate anything.
I know. I mean, shout out to the former Russian president for calling that out, because that's actually what's been going on. No one really wanted to negotiate. I'm talking about us on the United States side. We did not really want to negotiate with Iran. We sat there, we feigned diplomacy. We sat there and we said, all right, well, we want you to lower your nuclear enrichment. They said, okay. We switched from that to no nukes, no ballistic missiles, to no supporting proxies. Now, even though I'm in support of all of that, what makes you think, from Iran's perspective, what makes you think they're going to agree to that when their enemy, Israel, has nukes and weapons and nobody's telling them to get rid of that? Actually, we're over here crying about Iranian nukes not being monitored, and none of Israel nukes are monitored whatsoever.
Fred, your reaction to that?
And no, Iran doesn't have any nukes that even need to be monitored, but Israel does, and nobody's monitoring them, and they use it for blackmail all the time.
I guess that's not a surprise. And remember, there's only a couple of countries that have been providing weapons to Russia for the war in Ukraine: Iran and North Korea. This is really a bunch of rogue states. But looks like rogue states don't stick that closer together. After the attacks last June, Russia and China didn't do much to stand with.
Yeah, this story is getting out of hand here. Hold on now. Let's get into this one real quick. It's crazy how I covered this in the beginning.
Some breaking news. America has bombed a primary school in Iran, and dozens of young school children.
Well, it's Israel, but remember, this is an Israel-American strike, so they're going to throw our name in there. I mean, come on, man. Come on. Israel be bombing the schools and hospitals all the time. Look what they did in Gaza. And then there was people trying to say, what you mean? That's okay. That's war. No, dumbass. It's a war crime.
Some breaking news. America has bombed a primary school in Iran and dozens of young school children are dead. But first, this comes only 20 minutes after Israel has done the same thing. 20 minutes ago, Israel bombed a young elementary girls' school in Iran, and at least 40 young girls who were students at the school have been killed. Now, I want to say, 20 minutes ago when it happened, the death toll was only 5. And now it's been lifted all the way up to 40, and it's still...
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was reporting this, and I told you guys, like, what was it? It was this article right here that I was getting it from. These guys, and I think this is a Turkey newspaper, or my bad, yeah, Turkey News Corporation, whatever. Iran said 5 students killed in Israeli strike on girls' school, and I believe this came out like today. And now all of a sudden we're hearing it went from 5 to 40. Phew, to 40, guys. Just remember that. And I told you that this was going to happen. That's the wild part. I told people that this was going to happen.
First, this comes only 20 minutes after Israel has done the same thing. 20 minutes ago, Israel bombed a young elementary girls' school in Iran, and at least 40 young girls who were students at the school have been killed. Now, I want to say, 20 minutes ago when it happened, the death toll was only 5, and now it's been lifted all the way up to 40, and it's still growing. It was a brutal attack, and there's videos of it, and it's really horrible. So this is a confirmed thing. Israel has bombed a primary school. But as I said, only 2 minutes ago, America has done the same thing, and they've bombed a school east of Tehran, the capital of Iran. And in that attack, at least 2 students have been killed who were in that school too. It certainly wasn't a military.
So we're out here bombing schools, and then we're going to expect the Iranian people to be on our side? Like, bro, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? And I mean, please don't tell me it's because, oh, well, S.E.T, they're part of the regime. Their lives don't matter. They're Muslims. Their lives don't matter. Please miss me with that bullshit right there. I ain't hearing it.
Target. But it seems like this similar thing is happening there too. The death toll is expected to rise to a lot more than just 2 in this strike. And so this is not an opinion, and this is not Iranian propaganda. There is videos of these, and it's absolutely horrible. Even Al Jazeera is reporting it. America and Israel are bombing civilian targets all across Iran.
And I told you this was going to happen. I literally said, I remember when Gaiman tried to come out there and try to hit me with the, well, you know, when this war starts, or like the Iranian guys are going to start hiding in schools, or we're going to start bombing them. It's like, so pretty much you're already creating an excuse for human shields already before the war even starts. And I guarantee it, they're gonna say, oh, well, the Iranians, or what was it, the IRC was hiding in there, like that's why we had to bomb and kill 40 children, like because the Iranians were hiding in there, guys. It's gonna be the same lie again. And then we're gonna bomb more hospitals, more schools, and y'all gonna come up with the same excuse, but said they're part of the regime, they're Muslim. Oh, like what the Palestinians said, Hamas is hiding under there. Oh, well, that's Hamas, so it don't really matter, even though it's just a 14-year-old kid. So what? We're just gonna do the same thing again, walk blindly into it, and then get mad at anybody who calls it out, right? All right, go ahead, keep doing that. See what that does for us in the midterms.
Whereas Iran, on the other hand, are bombing military bases and military targets. It seems likely that hundreds of civilians are already dead due to the American and Israeli attacks that have taken place this morning. And it seems to be only getting worse. This really is not a good look for America or Israel. And as this seems to be getting worse, I'm going to continue to make videos on it throughout the day. So leave me a follow because I'm covering this more than anyone else is.
So, I mean, basically Israel committed a war crime, and apparently we committed one as well, striking a school, a civilian area, which we said we were above, and which we kind of blame, these Muslim countries for doing, but we're the ones doing it. Interesting.
Iran, they complained about it, but Russia and China had opportunities to send substantial weapons to Iran over the last few months. They didn't do it because they don't want to get involved either. Let me mention one other thing. That's the Strait of Hormuz, which I think the U.S. is very determined to make sure that Iran does not block it. There's been heavy attacks on the Iranian Navy to sink it, so they cannot destroy or block this crucial naval passage. Also, there are large numbers of missiles, including anti-ship cruise missiles along the coast near the Strait of Hormuz. I'm sure they are a major focus of this operation because this strait is crucial to global commerce and to movement of oil.
Yeah, Jonathan, I'll just bring you into the conversation as well. If you could just follow on from Fred's comments there.
Yeah, I think,
what we're seeing here is unprecedented levels of intel planning and coordination by U.S. and Israeli naval and mostly air forces. So far, it appears as if the BDA is positive. And, eventually, I think it will boil down, it'll be a contest between the Iranian capacity to fire missiles from mostly Western Iran versus the joint US-Israeli capacity to strike down missile launchers and launch sites before or slightly after they are used. So far, looking at the amount of missiles that the Iranian regime has been able to fire, they are not doing well. And US and Israeli countermeasures against ballistic missiles appear to be working. It's still very early in proceedings, and we'll have to be patient and, of course, vigilant. But I was expecting hundreds of Iranian missiles to be fired at Israel by now, based also on the lessons that the Iranians learned during the 12 days of war in June 2025. They know that Israel and the US will be hunting missile launchers, and they know that they will have a relatively limited window of opportunity to do damage in the region. So far, they haven't been successful in doing so, and I'm, of course, very thankful for that being the reality.
Yeah, Blaine, here real quickly, I wanted to ask you about this. So in the president's message that he put on social media about 2:30 this morning, just minutes after the launch, he actually said a couple of things that really struck me as unique for him. He warned the U.S. that we may experience some casualties. And
we may experience some casualties. And, that's just the way war is. And that's right out of President Trump's mouth. So when we want to sit here and say, well, hold on, we're not in war. Tell that to President Trump. Please tell that to him, not me. Tell it to him. He's the one saying it.
Also used the word war. As someone who wore the uniform, what does that mean to you?
It means he's taken that step. He's going to the end game here, and there's nothing that's going to stop us from getting to this place called victory. And what he's warning us about is you have to understand this isn't just some limited conflict, low intensity conflict. We're all in on this thing, and he's getting America prepared for that should we experience a setback in this thing. But I also think that his remarks at the very end of his speech are very telling about what victory looks like. He encouraged the Iranian people themselves to stand up. You'll never get a better time than this. This is your moment. We won't hijack your revolution. We're not going to pick your leader for you, but you need to get in this fight right now because we're opening up a door.
Yeah, but here's the confusing part. He called upon the police and the army men, the same people that are, remember, the Iranian police, the same people that you said shot 40,000, killed 40,000 protesters. We're calling on them to overthrow the regime. Really? Really? The army men, the same guys that are firing the ballistic missiles right now into other Middle Eastern countries and Israel, those are the guys we're depending to overthrow Iran. Are we serious?
Or for you. And at the same time, we should be prepared to protect ourselves here at home in the United States.
Yeah, Blaine, you were there. You served the last time we did regime change in the Middle East. It didn't really work out very well for us. Do you see this going differently?
I do see it going differently because I don't sense that we're about to send 150,000 forces for 15 years into Iran. I also don't sense that we're going to break things to the extent that we leave this a third world decimated country. I think we need Iran in the world community, and minus its regime, we can all welcome the Iranian people back into a world of freedom and prosperity. And I think that benefits Israel handsomely.
Yeah, around 90,000 people who once experienced freedom and prosperity, and we hope will receive it again.
Yep, and the president was telling apparently the Washington Post this morning that all he wants to see is peace.
Yeah, if that was the case, then we'd have had a peaceful negotiation with them instead of moving the goalposts because Israel told us to. Let's just be honest here. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get ahead and get on to the next video here. Let's see here. Whoops. All right. Whoa, wrong video. My bad. Let's get over here to Fox News.
Trey Yingst is on the ground, Chief Foreign Correspondent. Trey, what's happening there now?
Yeah, Griff, this is breaking news. A senior Israeli official tells Fox News that Iran's supreme leader and Iran's president were targeted in strikes against the Iranian capital of Tehran. Also targeted were the commanding officers responsible, according to this official, for the mass murder of Iranian protesters. The official adds that battle damage assessments will come out later. But again, this is a massive development. A senior Israeli official telling Fox News that Iran's supreme leader and Iran's president, so the Ayatollah Khamenei and Masoud Pezeshkian, were targeted in Israeli strikes against the capital of Tehran. We don't know if they were successful as of yet. These battle damage assessments take some time.
Oh yeah, and shout out to China because this is the most viral video going on in China is the strike in Tehran. So let's go ahead and hear it out. In China, you know, I believe the what was it? I think the Chinese minister of defense, he has some choice words for us. He pretty much just said that America has been here for like 240 plus years, and we've only been, well, not at war for 16 of it, and that we destabilize regions, and we're the true warmongers. And I was like, well, damn, kind of got a point. But this is the attack that happened in Tehran. Boom. Yeah. All right, though.
A sense that the Americans and the Israelis, again, chose the most significant option that was on the table for military action against Iran. At this hour, the Iranians are still responding with ballistic missile fire against Israel. More alerts just sounded on phones across this country, urging people to get into bomb shelters. This will be a back and forth that continues in the days ahead as the Iranians not just continue their targeting of Israel, but also regional Gulf countries from the UAE to Saudi Arabia to Bahrain. This is a regional war that is developing following these American and Israeli strikes.
Yeah, I believe Omar, they said that they were actually going to strike back. That they said they have the right to strike back at Iran for them striking, you know, Oman for having, you know, a U.S. military base. So, I mean, I'm actually supportive of that. I mean, shoot, fight back if y'all can. I mean, don't just let Iran just bitch y'all like this. Strike them back. I ain't mad at that. I'm mad at the fact that we even got into it with Iran, endangering all the people around them. And of course, endangering fellow U.S. citizens who are in the Army, military, Navy. I mean, all that good stuff, Air Force, all that. And an Israeli jet has already been shot down by Iranian missiles. I mean, God forbid that happens to one of our jets, which is more advanced than Israel's, by the way.
Iranian leadership, and you can hear that right now, Griff. Air raid sirens are sounding across Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. Stay with me here. Can you grab my vest? Just stay with us, Griff.
He's there in Tel Aviv as he puts on his protective wear, the flak jacket there. Sirens are ringing.
And a threat from, let's see, the IRGC's general. He pretty much released a statement saying Trump should know that today we fired missiles from the back of our stockpile. Soon we will unveil weapons that you have never seen before. I mean, whoa, what do you mean by that? So they're pretty much saying, like, look, guys, this is just the back of the stockpile, man. We didn't even set out the brand new shit. Like, we didn't even set out the new missiles. This is all the old stuff we've been trying to get rid of. And that's a bit concerning, but we'll see, because we are steady striking their launch pads and all that good stuff. Like, we striked one about a couple hours ago. So if we keep up that pattern, this is just going to be an empty threat. But as we know right now, they're still shooting rockets as we speak, like right now.
Across Tel Aviv, sirens are rung across Jerusalem. Iran clearly is retaliating. We have seen Israelis going to the bomb shelters. And Trey, a frightening moment there.
Yeah, right now, this is a defining moment. Israeli cities are under attack. And again, we can report to you at this hour, a senior Israeli official tells Fox News that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, and Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, were targeted in these strikes. The Israelis looking to decapitate Iranian leadership to, as how some described in the planning process, cut the head of the snake. And the Americans supporting the Israelis in these strikes. This was a combined effort to take out Iranian leadership. We, again, don't have the battle damage assessments, but Just stay with me here. Okay, you can see right now there's a missile interceptor.
I don't care.
And my cameraman's going to stay on it. There's two of them right now soaring through the skies.
No, this comment is funny because they don't really see what's going on here. It's like, talk to any fucking Persian in the U.S. So I know they don't live in Iran, but yet we're taking their word for what's going on in Iran, and we should believe that we should act on what they say. It's absolutely insane. But talk to any Persian in the U.S. and they are here because the regime change in the 70s. We know. And guess what? We'll have more Iranians here if we do a regime change now. And guess what? We're going to be inviting in all of them because we don't know which one supported the regime or not. And we're going to put Americans in even more danger through this. Like, how don't you get this by now? Look what happens with the Afghani. Did you forget what happened in D.C.? Did you forget that how we brought an Afghani over here who was helping us and now he went crazy and ended up shooting people? You don't think the same thing can happen in this situation? Do y'all not see any type of pattern recognition here? Anything? Because it's right in front of you. I swear to God, it's right in front of you.
Over Tel Aviv. And you can see those lines of white smoke. Those are the interceptors that are currently in the air right now, looking to intercept the incoming Iranian ballistic missile fire. You see, this is live right now as those sirens sounded. Millions of people across central Israel are in bomb shelters as the Israelis work to shoot down this incoming Iranian fire.
And shout out to my man, Dr. Luke the GOAT. And you know what, man? Look, shout out to the baller alert, bro. I truly appreciate it. But I'm going to say this one good time, and I hope I don't offend too much people by saying this. Bro, I don't give a fuck what family members you have over there in Iran, okay? I don't, because everybody in Iran is in danger right now. Those who are anti-government and those who are pro-government are at risk of this war. I don't give a damn, because guess what, bro? Just like you can find somebody who is against the regime, I can find somebody who supports the regime all through. So please don't sit here and act like, oh, you can find nothing but Iranians just going against the regime. Or I'm be real with you, my man. We wouldn't have videos like I'm about to show you right now. We wouldn't have, let me show you. We wouldn't have videos like this if what you were saying was true.
من به فرعون زمان به نمرود زمان به ترامپ جنایتکار.
Does that look, be real with you? I mean, does that just look like a 10% support from the people to you? But that's what we were telling people, though. Like I said, I don't give a damn of what family members you have in Iran. I don't care. All I care to know is that how many people truly support the government. And guess what? It's not 10%. And the people who don't support the government is not at 90%. So I'm sorry, but who gives a damn if you got cousins out there? What is actually the point is there actually a strong enough opposition towards the Ayatollah? And I'm sorry, but according to that revolution and the way it worked out, it doesn't seem to be. Not saying that there isn't resistance there. I'm just saying that there isn't enough to actually turn it or cause a regime change.
اعلام میکنم از طرف این ملت بزرگ، ملت با صلابت، ملت غیرتمند، اگر شما فکر میکنید که میتوانید با این گونه عملیات ها
Here's the thing, I talk to more Iranians than most of you guys. I actually talk to the pro-regime guys. I talk to the anti-regime guys because I actually want to know what's going on instead of being fed propaganda that, well, feeds my self-confirming bias. It's like, please. I mean, they're right on X. You can go there right now and find pro-Iranians, regime guys that will talk to you. They're nice people. And you'll find anti-regime guys that are Iranians, and they're nice people. You can go and sit here and talk to them, but apparently you hear one side that you don't like and you're ready to just throw a temper tantrum. It's like, bro, don't be such a crybaby over this. Like, look for the truth and not just look and sit there and try and be right. Like, come on now. People's lives are on the line here. They may not be yours, but y'all claim to care about children's lives, but we're about to stand by and watch kids be bombed to death. I mean, you say you care about American lives, but we're putting American lives in danger. So please be consistent, MAGA. Please.
ملت را از مسیر خودشون جدا کنید و بین این امت و امامش جدایی بیاندازید. کور خونده اید. این ملت با تمام وجود پای امامش، پای دینش، پای قرآنش ایستاده و میایستد و خواهد ایستاد.
All right. But there's no support for the regime, guys, you know, according to mainstream media. No support whatsoever, nothing at all. Oh, yeah, and that school that we bombed, oh, yeah, that was just Iran accidentally shooting it, guys. You know, and that's complete BS. Like, man. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back here real quick because I do have a couple more videos here to bring up. But in the meantime, you know what? Here, because I definitely got a lot of videos to show y'all. I mean, bro, it's going on all over. But
to America, this is very important because the world's waking up and they're seeing exactly what. So China has just sent a message to America. This is very important because the world's waking up and they're seeing exactly what we, the American people, are seeing. Check out this tweet. The United States is a war addict. Throughout its 240-year history, it has been at war for all but of 16 years. The U.S. has over 800 overseas military bases in 80 different countries and regions. The U.S. is the main cause of international disorder, global turbulence, and regional instability. I mean, that's just fucking crazy to think about. The United States government has been at war all over the world in the last 240 years.
I know, it's kind of effed up. You know how we call a lot of these Muslim countries shithole countries, but we never really look up the reason why they became shithole countries. And if you look up the reason, it's through American interference. I mean, I think the best example right now that I can think of is Somalia. We interfered in the 90s, and Somalia ain't never been the same since. Actually, in the 90s, when all of these Somalians started coming over, including Ilhan Omar, aka if we was to never interfere in Somalia, we never have to deal with an Ilhan Omar. I mean, maybe y'all could take that one and be like, you know what? Maybe you're right, Seth. Maybe we don't get involved with Muslim countries. We won't have to deal with the immigrant or the Muslim immigrants that come over here that we like to bitch about. Because, you know, Islam is taking over, though. Even though we're bombing their countries and they're coming over here. So it's like we're helping with the takeover, according to you guys.
We have only not been at war for 16 years. 16 years out of our country's entire existence. We have 80 military bases all around the world. And we're supposed to be we're supposed to be keeping the world safe. We have created more chaos, death, and destruction than any country in all of human history.
Yeah,
and it is time that the rest.
Somebody was like, so you told me Somalia was a good place before we interfered? Yes. Yes. Just like Iran was. Iran was a great place before we interfered and we overthrew the Shah because he wanted a better oil deal to go away from our dollar. Yes. You could say that about almost actually every Muslim country. It was a better place before we got involved. Yes, bro. That's exactly what the fuck I'm telling you. And if you read a history book, it'll tell you the same damn thing.
The world decouple from the United States is what we've been warning you about. We've been telling you to relentlessly stack Bitcoin. We've been telling you to get out of the US dollar. We've been telling you to get the wealth out of the system. Might be too late now. You guys can use my affiliate codes over on Coinbase. I'll leave links down below. If you're in the United States, if you're outside the United States, you can use Bybit. You guys got to get your wealth out of the system. I don't care. You guys can go buy gold. I suggest going to a local pawn shop or a local dealer and just buying it in physical gold right over the counter. However you want to get your wealth out of the system, do it. But letting your wealth sit in US dollars, keeping your investments in US stock markets, when the world does, and they should, and they will, wake the hell up and get their heads out of their ass, and they decouple from us, it is going to be worse than losing a world war. And now we're starting a world war while we're $38 trillion in debt, and the entire world is despising us.
Bro, we're $38 trillion and actually $39 trillion in debt, and we have a shortage on missiles, and we're just ready to just go to war with Iran. It's just like, bro, this shit don't make sense. It don't make sense.
We are a genocidal, warmongering neocon machine, and nobody buys the U.S. bullshit. Like, we don't even buy it. Like, so you think these other world leaders are stupid enough to believe the fake news? You think they don't understand how our propaganda works? You don't think they understand how rotten and corrupt our government is? They're watching pedophiles on Epstein's list walk scot-free. They're watching mega conglomerates like the Ellisons buy up all of the media outlets here in America. They bought up TikTok, social media platforms. The world sees this.
Yeah.
They're not dumb. So you guys can choose to think what you want to think, but staying in US dollars and staying decoupled and part of a slave in this system, it's just suicide to me. We out. Peace.
Shout out to our guy, Ryan Matta. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to our guy, Benny Johnson. We are at war. Let's get into it. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy how some guys in MAGA are, you know, kind of supporting the war when even the political pundits like myself aren't doing it. It's absolutely insane. But here we are.
History being made right now before your very eyes. An Iranian ballistic missile hitting an American base in Bahrain. You could see the missile strike. You can see it mid-air. It's happening. It's all popping off. We've been telling you about this all week, that America will be bombing Iran and Iran will be retaliating, and it's going to get ugly. This is footage of an Iranian missile slamming into the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain today. It's the Naval Support Activity Center. This is all happening. We prepped you for this. Absolute and total devastation, destruction, and a message from Trump. U.S. urges embassy staff to leave and evacuate Israel. We were telling you this was going to happen in the next 24 hours. It's going to pop off. Obviously, the USS Gerald Ford was docked in Israel. They've turned Israeli airports into effectively military bases, and the embassy screamed at American residents and staff, get out today. Today is the day. This was yesterday. We watched the buildup. We watched the air bridge happen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are listening. Dan Scavino posting from the White House, the B-2 bomber video. Operation Epic Fury has commenced. Middle East at war. Tehran is...
Oh, and shout out to Keith Holy. Appreciate the support. He says, U.S. is at war for resources and control over new race for AI. Now, yeah, I mean, when it comes to racing with Russia, well, mainly China, I'll be real with you. Our main opponent in the AI race is China. Nobody else comes close. Actually, I feel pretty confident in saying that the only people in the AI race is America and China. Only ones. Everybody else, they just kind of use what we build. But it is a resource war. Now, when it comes to Iran, I mean, you know what? This could also be a resource war as well, but I'm going to be real with you. Well, it ain't going to be the one. We are not going to be the one utilizing these resources. And here's the thing. Even if that's our plan, we don't even have a plan of who's going to take over Iran next. There's going to be a power vacuum that might dissolve into a civil war, and we might get somebody worse than Khomeini, God forbid. God forbid. So, I don't know. Like I said, it's to be continued. This is only day one, so let's hopefully it stays on. I don't know. This don't go as long as 3 days. Then maybe we could sit back and say, all right, guys, there wasn't no war. It was just a slight little strike, a conflict. Sure. But according to Trump, he's in it for the long run.
Blasted. Trump's first wave. President Trump says Iran will never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon as he launches Operation Epic Fury. Look at some of the images here. This is the blast heard in Manama, Bahrain. People watch as smoke rise above the skyline in Tehran.
And think about it. This was about resources. I'm gonna be honest with you. Then we wouldn't get into a war with Iran because we're closing the Strait of Hormuz, which is a strain on oil around the world. Everybody's gonna face higher oil prices. Like, I don't know if you noticed this, but when they was doing their Navy operations in the Strait of Hormuz, bro, gas prices went up 30 cents across the board. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I did.
Iran. They've yeeted the house of the Ayatollah. It is now rubble. Vehicle explodes in flames. Strikes carried out on Iran. Images show smoke billowing after an explosion in Tehran. There's video all across U.S. main bases in the Middle East that might be effectively under threat. And there are people celebrating. There's videos of people celebrating through Iran. Goodness gracious. What is going on here? Okay. So here we go. Israel reportedly launched preemptive strikes against Iran. Explosions heard in Tehran. You can see here they launched another strike on the Iranian parliamentary building. Multiple explosions across the capital of Tehran. Israeli Air Force reportedly launches combined U.S.-Israeli strikes, leading to first strike from the Israelis. Additional footage shows downtown Iran, preemptive strike, unilateral Israeli action, or an American one. And now you can see explosions seen across Tehran. Now they are targeting the capital city in the middle of the day. Israel's defense minister says Israel has launched preemptive strikes against Iran and moves to remove threats against the state. Here's the IDF commentary. In the last few minutes, sirens sounded all throughout Israel. Advanced instruction alerts directly to cellular devices to stay within proximity of protected spaces. This is a proactive alert to prepare the public for the possibility of missiles being launched toward the state of Israel. IDF emphasizes safety. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, red alerts across all of Israel. They know what's incoming, obviously. Israel launched what it says is preemptive strikes on Iran. Help has arrived. Help is on the way, according to text messages claiming the Americans will now commence bombing of Iran. Several days of war they are preparing for. Several days of war. Officials told the New York Times that dozens of airstrikes are now being carried out against the regime using aircraft carriers. And again, you can see the smoke billowing over Iran. U.S.-Israeli strikes plan to last for 4 days. Get ready, 4 days of this. Goodness. Better angle showing scores of cruise missiles the U.S. appears to have launched towards Iran. You can see the cruise missiles flying through the air here. Goodness gracious. They say this is going to be far more extensive than these strikes last June. Shit.
All right, a bit of an update right now. Let's see here. Foreign minister here. Let's see. The foreign minister of Iran. Almost all of our officials are safe and alive. We may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but that is not a big problem, according to the Iranian foreign minister. Oh, this guy right here.
Almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but that is not a big problem. Almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but that is not a big problem.
All right. So they lost about 1 or 2 commanders in the strike so far. They're playing it off as not a big problem. We'll see, depending on who those commanders were and what did they command.
Here we go again. The pizza tracker popping off at the Pentagon. Ladies and gentlemen, live updates. Goodness gracious. Okay. So this is the American base. This is Iran targeting American bases. This is the American base in Bahrain getting bombed. So this American sovereign territory. Iran has attacked U.S. bases across the Middle East and Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Israel in revenge strikes. And
shout out to my man, Dr. Luke the GOAT, man. Appreciate the support with another baller alert. Yeah, let's keep the show going. Don't worry, bro. I got you.
Iran has struck the 5th Fleet Service Center. We played you that clip. You can see the bomb actually landing. Dubai, Iraq, and Jordan have all reported various missile activities. This comes after Trump declared war and that he will raise their missile industry to the ground. He warned troops in Iran to lay down their arms or face certain death. The first wave of strikes, which followed weeks of knife-edge tensions building up between the two countries, happened near the offices of the leader of the Ayatollah Khomeini. They have now leveled his house. This is understood that at least 5 cities have been targeted in Iran with counterstrikes reported in Qatar, Kuwait.
Yeah, they did level Ali Khamenei's house, but obviously they moved him to a secure location. I mean, let's be real. They kind of knew that they were going to come after him, like obviously.
Bahrain and UAE. President Trump said in a video on Truth Social, which I'll play for you in just a moment, that he began major combat operations in Iran to prevent the nation from gaining a nuclear weapon, something obviously America has been talking about for a very, very long time. U.S. downs explosive-laden drones near Iraqi airport. So you can see that here. 4 killed by Iranian missile in Syria. Italian troops safe after Kuwait base targeted by Iranian missiles. Fury from Congress at Trump's illegal attack on Iran with no foreign wars promised. Chilling wars. U.S. troops may die. Francis Macron calls for urgent UN Security Conference meeting. Where have the missile strikes taken place so far? The U.S. and Israeli firstly struck targets across Iran, including Tehran and 4 other cities. The capital, Khomeini's palace compound, Ministry Intelligence, and the Ministry of Defense were all affected. Elsewhere, 2 nations have been hit. Lebanon, Hezbollah infrastructure. So they're going like total war now. In response, Iran has launched missiles against Israel, Tel Aviv, Haifa, and Jerusalem. There's been a fifth strike at a U.S. base. Okay, so we are up to date here. We are up to date. Jordan shoots down ballistic missiles. Sports presenter forced off air in Qatar amid shelter-in-place warning. Okay, Israelis in Tel Aviv sheltering in place. IDF releases footage of strikes in western Iran. Let's go ahead and look. Okay. IDF strikes hundreds of targets in western Iran.
I'm weak. I was like, I done pretty much showed you guys like all these videos.
And in Operation Roaring Lion. There we go. You can see what looks like missile facilities getting blown up. Iranian Revolutionary Guard killed in strike.
All right, though, let's go to, I believe this is ABC. Oh, CBS News. Let's go ahead and get into the latest details on the joint U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran. See, here's came out about an hour ago, so let's see what they got to say.
Saturday morning, I'm Adriana. Welcome to CBS Saturday Morning. I'm Adriana Diaz.
And I'm Kelly O'Grady. We come on the air this morning with breaking news. Overnight, the United States and Israel began striking targets inside Iran. The attacks began in daylight, just after 10 a.m. local time. Explosions rocked Iran's capital, Tehran, and large plumes of smoke were seen near the offices of Iran's supreme leader.
In an address posted to Truth Social, President Trump confirmed U.S. involvement, saying major combat operations are underway, and the objective is to defend Americans by eliminating, quote, imminent threats from the Iranian regime. The United States has built up a massive military presence in the Middle East over the past few weeks as the president has pressured Iran to abandon.
Man, here's the thing. I mean, well, Iran's been threatening that, oh, yeah, we're going to sink these ships. And I mean, no, they're not. But they don't need to sink them. They just got to get them to lean to make them inoperable to send off jets. That's all they got to do to these. So they don't got to sink it. They just got to make it lean a little bit to make it inoperable. So, no, Iran cannot sink any of these ships, but they can definitely cause it to lean and be inoperable and would have to retreat for repairs.
Nuclear program
this morning.
But most of these are actually going outside of their range. So smart.
Iran state television says it has launched a counterattack on U.S. bases across the Middle East. Israel is on heightened alert, with cities canceling school and closing workplaces this morning. Let's begin our coverage with CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata, who is in Tel Aviv. Charlie, good morning.
Good morning to you, Kelly. At roughly 8:20 this morning here, as you said, around 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock in Tehran, air raid sirens rang out, alerts across Israel on our phones. And that was not incoming missiles, but a warning to Israeli citizens that a war was underway. Stay close. Take to shelters, stay off the streets. As you said, schools were closed. It was described as a joint military operation between the United States and Israeli forces, a preemptive strike. Explosions were then reported in Tehran and in 4 other cities across Iran. Israeli officials confirmed that dozens of strikes were launched targeting like Iranian government buildings, regime targets, Iran's ballistic missile arsenal, and launch sites. Now, within maybe 30 minutes or so, the air raid sirens rang out again here. That was the counterattack that was already underway. Residents were instructed to take shelter. We then started learning and confirming that Iran had begun targeting U.S. military installations across the region. The headquarters of the 5th Fleet in Bahrain, the Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain, the largest U.S. airfield in the region, the Middle East, Al Udeid in Qatar. The Qataris saying that they intercepted a couple of incoming missiles there. Explosions then heard in the northern Iraq at air bases there. And then alarms sounded in Kuwait and other parts of the UAE. Now, after this massive U.S. military buildup that we've been reporting for days and weeks, in rounds of diplomacy with Iran, keeping everybody guessing as to what was about to unfold here, there was no ambiguity or disambiguity in President Trump's message today. This is about regime change. He's telling Iran's military to lay down their weapons, don't try to fight back or face certain death, spelling out a litany of attacks against U.S. forces in this region, going back to the attacks on the Marine barracks in Lebanon, attacks throughout the Iraq war, Iranian-backed attacks on U.S. military, telling Iranian residents to take shelter, get low until the bombing's over, and then overthrow the government. That's what we're looking at this morning, Kelly.
Charlie, a lot of us remember the U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran back in June. How does this attack now compare to that in terms of scale, and what could happen next?
Yeah, Kelly, I mean, this is next level. It's on an entirely different scale. You know, we reported that. That was the Iranian attack against that attack in
Oh, my bad, guys. I didn't even know I was muted, but damn, y'all didn't hear me? All right, well, F it. What I was pretty much saying was Tim Pool got eviscerated all over X when he said Trump ran for office, explicitly campaigned on waging war in Iran to save the Iranian people and spread democracy. I said, no. He said that, hey, we're going to make sure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, which they didn't have a nuclear weapon, which you could damn near call a success if he just left it alone. But then here we are, people pretty much exposing him, pretty much saying, but what you mean? Trump was grilling Obama for wanting war with Iran. Now we're over here supposed to praise Trump for wanting war with Iran when he was out there criticizing Obama for it, which we all agreed with, if I'm not mistaken. Or what? We just switching sides because Trump did it. I mean, come on now. Like, come on.
No ability to
do y'all not remember this? Do y'all not remember this right here?
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective. So the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran. Our president.
So, yeah. So wait. So if Obama's weak and he can't negotiate for wanting a war with Iran, what does that make you, Trump? All right then. I mean, do we not remember? Don't let Obama play the Iran card in order to start a war in order to get elected. Trump. I mean, so all of a sudden we're switching up. The same thing he condemned Obama for, he's doing himself. That's the problem. It is crazy. Like people like Tim Pool's gonna sit here and try to gaslight us on like, oh well, you know, he always said this. No, he didn't. Stop lying. Like we're not stupid. But for some reason, y'all trying to treat us like we stupid. The United States has spent $8 trillion fighting and policing in the Middle East. Thousands of our great soldiers have died or been badly wounded. Millions of people have died on the other side. Going into the Middle East is the worst decision ever made. Trump, October 9th, 2019. My nigga, what happened to this guy? Man.
Against that base in Al-Udeid. That was pre-warned. U.S. forces knew that was about to happen, and it was a big attack. I mean, they had launched the largest Patriot missile defenses against those incoming missiles, and again, they knew it was coming. what we're seeing here, when I talked about that attack at the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, at Al-Udeid, at U.S. forces in northern Iraq. This is on a scale and a level with no warning, going after essentially everything that they can go after. And I also have to mention, the United States and Israel isn't just going after targets inside Iran. We're also learning that they're going after Iranian-backed militias inside Iraq. So this has spread. You talk about Kuwait, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, the attempted attacks in Bahrain, Al-Udeid, and the amount of missiles that are being fired. And here, we've had to take shelter maybe 5 or 6 times, I think, this morning. So this is on the next scale, nothing like what we saw last June.
Charlie D'Agata in Tel Aviv, we are so grateful to have you on the ground bringing us this information. We're going to check back in with you soon. All right, well, this morning.
Now, yeah, Trump, nah, he's not really trying to negotiate. As far as we know, I know Qatar is trying to get him back to the negotiating table. So Qatar is like the only guys, and shout out to Qatar. I mean, they're probably the one, I'm gonna be real with you. They're our best friends in the Middle East. So shout out to Qatar. Because I mean, look, they didn't want to go strike Israel when Israel struck them first. Even though American people try to sit there and champion striking an ally, by the way, but S.E.T, they're Muslim, so it's all good. It's like, okay. But yeah, shout out to Qatar, because they're actually the people who are actually speaking on de-escalating and getting back to the negotiating table. So, and that's all Qatar's ever done is held peace negotiations. He did it for Hamas, they did it for Hamas and Israel, and it looked like they're ready to do it for Iran and the US. So shout out to Qatar.
Foreign Minister.
Now all Israel got to do is not bomb them.
Has released a statement. It says that the state of Qatar expresses its strongest condemnation of the targeting of Qatari territories with Iranian ballistic missiles, considering it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct assault on its security and the safety of its lands, and an unacceptable escalation that threatens the security and stability of the region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs affirms that the state of Qatar reserves its full right to respond to this targeting.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. Qatar's a better ally than Israel. I'll tell you that right now.
In accordance with the provisions of international law and in proportion to the nature of the aggression, in defense of its sovereignty and to safeguard its security and national interests. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasizes that the state of Qatar has been and remains among the first to call for dialogue with the Islamic Republic of Iran and has advocated for continuing on this principle as the optimal foundation for addressing differences and resolving disputes through peaceful means, thereby sparing the region the risk of escalation. Joining me is Rashid Al-Mohanadi, who's the Vice President of the Center for International Policy Research. Good to have you with us, sir. Iran has long warned that any strike would trigger retaliation across this region. And we heard our correspondent there saying that the relationship between Qatar and Iran has already been tested. How can a nation like Qatar respond without making things worse, without risking further escalation?
Well, Adrian, as all of us, we've been woken up by the news of the Israeli and U.S. attack on Iran. And then we were also woken up again in, Saturday morning on a Ramadan day, which people usually sleep in, by the warning messages we received on my mobile phones about an imminent Iranian attack. So first, I'd like to focus on the Iranian attack. The attack on June, there was apparent, enough heads up before the attack happened. This one came at a surprise and a shock to us in Qatar, and I think...
I mean, it's kind of crazy that it was a surprise to them, because I'm just like, bro, I mean, everybody was saying that if we struck Iran, they were going to hit surrounding U.S. bases. So we kind of knew Qatar was on the list. I mean, come on now, bro. Yeah, y'all knew. I don't know why I didn't prepare, but let's be real. Everybody was calling it that if we strike Iran, they're going to start striking U.S. bases. Now, there were the delusional that was sitting there saying, oh, they don't got the capability. U.S. is going to stop that. Oh, how'd that work out for you? Okay.
To the Qatari government, and it came, as waves, not as a single attack. And I think until now, Qatar has been one of the most targeted states out of all of the other Arab states being targeted by Iran. I think the decision makers in Tehran don't understand how potentially damaging this is, not just for Qatari-Iranian relations, but also to Arab-Iranian relations.
But for countries hosting US assets, as Qatar does, are they participants, bystanders? Does it make them legitimate targets regardless?
Well, the view from Doha is Al-Udeid is a Qatari base. We have defense and security relationships with multiple states, not only the US. And I think all Gulf states made it very clear that no strikes will come out of Gulf bases. And we can see that using open source information that most of the strikes happen between the US and Israel from different vectors, not including the Gulf states. And I think what will be read now is that this is, and has been in the statements we've read from all the Gulf states, that this is an attack on Qatari and Gulf sovereignty.
Let's bring in our correspondent one more time, Zain Basravi, who's here in Doha. Zain, earlier today, all of us here living in Qatar, we had alerts on our phone, several of them advising us to shelter in place immediately. I see the road behind you there is fairly busy right now. I mean, how do people in Doha feel about what's happened today?
Well, when we were out in the morning by the Corniche and we were reporting from there, the alerts were coming in, people were aware, you could hear the explosions, and there were multiple already. But it does give you a sense of how incongruous this kind of violence is to what a peaceful place the GCC has been for so long. A peaceful place on the edge of all kinds of conflicts. And people were really unaffected. They were going about their business. There were tour groups coming in, cycling groups coming in, they were taking pictures. And it went on for a good long while. It wasn't until a few hours in that the crowd began to dissipate and people began to go back. But as we can see, there's still traffic on the streets. Largely, people are staying home, those that are residents here, but life is continuing. And even though these attacks have been consistent throughout the day, dozens of interceptions have happened throughout the day, it isn't this sort of widespread chaos that no doubt Iran is experiencing, for instance. But one thing that we should point out is that Qatar has been a longtime ally of Iran. Even Saudi Arabia has enjoyed much warmer relations with Iran in recent years. And diplomatically, this is going to be a real strain. It's going to be a strain going forward that is likely to affect life in all of these cities. Earlier today, there was a phone call between Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Emir of Qatar, and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Again, two people that have been, in one form or another, advocates and allies of Iran in the past 12 to 14 months, despite perhaps the less than cordial relations that Saudi and Iran have had in the past. But most recently, there has been call for cooperation. Every country here in the Gulf that's come under attack today has said that it would not let its space be used for attacks being launched onto Iran, even though it may host different U.S. assets. Both sides in that phone call, the two leaders of Saudi Arabia and Qatar, they emphasized the necessity for an immediate cessation of all escalatory actions and a return to dialogue to preserve the region's security and prevent a slide into wider confrontations. Now, that's a statement from the Emir Diwan here in Qatar. But the reality is what the U.S. is telling.
All right, now let's go ahead and see what our guys over here, well, not our guy, but our guy, Alex Jones, got to say about this.
Iran began. And I've been up ever since. I woke up at about 2 a.m, right when the U.S.-Israeli attack, basically going to full war with Iran, began. And I've been up ever since then, really thinking about what I was going to say. So there's a lot of different layers to this. Most people are just down to, we shouldn't have regime change. Trump said he wasn't going to do regime change. And people that want regime change, hey, the Iranian people are under a dictatorship, let's help them. So that's kind of the main debate going on, and I'll get to that in a moment. But what you have to understand is that a lot of this is declassified. Project for the American Century, the neocons, heavily allied with Benjamin Netanyahu, who was in power back on 9/11, staged 9/11, blew up World Trade Center 7, planted bombs in the towers, even though the Israeli group that did it. But it was a joint operation with George Herbert Walker Bush, Rumsfeld, and Benjamin Netanyahu. And I've made films on it, written books. It's just established, known fact by any serious people, any military people. This is just a known fact.
I mean, it was a known fact that Israel knew that 9/11 was going to happen, but they sat by and watched it happen. But I mean, oh my God, the Muslims. Okay. I mean, Israel sat back and watched them do it. Actually, they created the situation for the two hijackers to go on there and do it. If you didn't know, the two hijackers weren't from Saudi Arabia. They were from Palestine and got hired by Saudi Arabia to go ahead and do 9/11. But the reason why these guys did it is because of Israel's actions that was going on in Palestine, or as you guys like to say, Gaza. Yeah, and Israel knew what was going to happen. They didn't tell us. Crazy, huh? I mean, yeah, all this stuff about Muslims is hilarious to me. I mean, what was it? The Muslims in Times Square you guys were crying about? But I mean, a bunch of Jews come out and try to celebrate the coming of their Messiah, and you guys have a problem? They had more people rented a TV screen, and that was okay. And they was doing a call to prayer as well, while also partying and all that. But it's all good though, as long as they're Jewish, right? Okay.
You know who did it? I mean, my God, the Israelis up in their art project were famous demolitions experts that are part of an art project, and they've got big boxes that have the plastic explosive blasting caps, you know, right there. I mean, they're not even, it's like Acme explosive, Wile E. Coyote. Talk about flaunting it in your face. You got Lednig with record put options at his company against the airlines, United American in the week before. He magically didn't work that day. Larry Silverstein, all that stuff, okay? 10 hours of evidence. So all of these wars in the Middle East come out of that now. And that's the excuse to go to the Middle East. Listen, there's a separate issue of Islam being total cancer, being expansionist. And we supposedly fought them over there, so we don't have to fight them over here. But then our governments and NGOs bring them over here. So when I say 9/11 is an inside job, that's not saying that Islam.
Because it was never about Islam. I mean, Alex Jones, he's a Christian supremacist. So if you ain't Christian, you're below him. But yeah, it was never about Islam. That's what a lot of people fail to recognize. It was never about Islam. Because if it was, then why the hell are we destabilizing these countries and then taking them in as immigrants? With no conversion therapy or anything. Like, we don't even try to convert them. We just bring them in. So if it was about Islam, then why the hell are we bombing these countries, destabilizing them, and then bringing these people in? If it was about Islam, think about how dumb that sounds.
It isn't a cancer. It's not saying it's not a crisis. Those are two separate issues. But this project is what Netanyahu has wanted the whole time. He's been in and out of power for 26 years. And they made their move. And just like Israel founded Hamas and funded them, and then stood down on October 7th, just like the U.S. helped create Al-Qaeda. And now we've turned over Syria to Al-Qaeda.
Yep.
It's the same crap, folks. And so,
I mean, we took out the Shah, and then the Ayatollah took over. I mean, it's hilarious. It's low-key funny, like, well, oh, it's Islam because of they're that way. No, it's not because of Islam. It's because of U.S. interference why Iran's that way. Read a history book, bro.
If they're able to remove the mullahs, I'm not going to cry. But even Eric Prince said it's not sure what the regime change will do. Could go into civil war, break in multiple pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Could get a more radical Muslim group in control.
Most likely.
I mean, we just don't know. So,
I mean, we just don't know, but we're so gun-ho. That's the worst part about it. We don't know the end results, but we're so gun-ho towards it. It's like wild.
You can have Iran with their Chinese anti-ship missiles take out the aircraft carrier, and then the war accelerates even more. I mean, there's just a lot of problems with this. But if you look at it one-dimensionally and say, oh, the people need help, and oh, they're enriching uranium, and oh, you know, they could get a bomb and all of that, and they're getting more powerful missiles. You can have that argument at some level. But it's all flawed, it's all a lie. Because is the United States not going to attack every other country that might get nukes or has nukes? You know, North Korea has nukes, so they're left alone. Gaddafi gave up his program, you saw what happened to him.
Yep.
So the message is...
I mean, and now you know why Iran won't give up their weapons. It's like Gaddafi gave up their weapons, and what happened to him? Boy got sodomized with a knife on camera. I mean, who wants that?
Don't have nukes, we'll come pick you off one at a time. I mean, hell, now the globalists want to go to full war with Russia. It's just crazy. And the same neocon globalist forces that did 9/11, started the war with Russia and Ukraine, are the same ones running this show now. Now, that said, we get service members killed, Air Force folks killed. You know, there'll be all the emotion involved, and you'll get behind them and get behind the war. And then you've got Iran could launch real Hezbollah attacks with sleeper cells they have in the U.S. if they get too desperate. Or some element of the government or the Israelis could stage a false flag and escalate this very, very quickly. The Russians and Chinese, North Korea could come in on the side of Iran. The Iranians last year passed a resolution in their parliament to block the Strait of Hormuz if this attack happened. And so I'm going to be live today at 1 p.m. Central, going over all the latest developments, all the graphs, all the charts, all the numbers. And we're getting some special guests on. I'll be on the Alex Jones Network studios at AJ and Live on X, Alex Jones, and also on Rumble at the Alex Jones Show. So look for that 1 p.m. Central today. It's 2 p.m. Eastern, noon Mountain, 11 a.m. Pacific. So I understand why Trump did it with a one-dimensional view of the mullahs and the fact that debt to America and they're getting the missiles and all that. I'm not endorsing it. I'm saying I understand why Trump did what he did from his perspective. I don't agree with it. Whenever I always explain that, people go, "Oh, you're for it." They want to split hairs and be the anti-war people, but I'm not. That's lies. But you guys do that. So I'm here trying to explain all the different pieces, the thinking to it. But I'll tell you, this just goes from bad to worse. And if you think Israel, if you think the neocons are going to stop this project for Greater Israel, which they now admit, Huckabee's like, "Oh yeah, we want the entire Middle East for Israel."
Yep.
Well, that's.
I mean, they admit it. I mean, shit. Huckabee admits it. Bibi Netanyahu did a whole presentation on it. If you don't know about Greater Israel, don't talk to me about Iran. I'm sorry, but if you don't know about the Greater Israel Project, you cannot talk to me about conflict in the Middle East anymore, especially when it comes to current events. You just don't talk to me because you don't know what's going on. You don't know what's been shown in front of the entire world, but you don't know it. And you don't even know Israel's real plan here. So I'm sorry, but you can't even talk to me on this. Look up the dancing Israelis if you want to talk to me about 9/11, and also look up the Greater Israel plan if you want to talk to me about conflict in the Middle East.
War, it's out of control and it's insane. And this really is Israel fulfilling the stereotype and the cliche that it runs America and is running America into the ground. So I stand with Tucker Carlson, his analysis, and I stand with Ron Paul, and I stand with Thomas Massey. Still, Trump's doing a lot of good. Obviously, getting the border secure, getting trillions invested in the U.S., getting us out of the carbon taxes, basically getting us out of the UN. I mean, that's all stuff's all beautiful. But it's just the foreign policy. Well, I'll say this in closing. Trump ran on no regime change. Now, he said, we won't let Iran get a nuke. So he can say, well, I really didn't lie. The point is, now we're committed to this. Now Trump has told them to go out and rise up, and we're going to back them. And so we're committed to a big war with a country 3 times the size of Iraq, with a population way bigger than Iraq, surrounded by mountains.
All right, guys, and there has been a strike that's been reported in it's Haifa, Israel. So in Haifa, Israel, there was a strike. Go ahead and get in on it. This is in Israel. And I just want to let y'all know, Iran's main target is Israel, sadly. That's their main target because they see them as their main enemy.
And just because the young people don't want to be under the mullahs, the Muslims are ready to die, and they got a lot of weapons. And so this could go on for years, or the mullahs could fall today. I hope the mullahs fall, and so this is brought to a swift conclusion. But then the U.S. has its way; it'll put in the Shah's son. Israel has their way; they'll put a fucking Al Qaeda chief in. I'm serious. I mean, and this they can attack him a few years later. Oh, look, they're an enemy now. As if we forget, like Men in Black, they erase our memory. So that's that. So not another thing with Trump going sideways, folks. That's just my analysis.
And all right, guys. Oh yeah, and let's go to this video right here because, like I said, this is the video that they're going to use to try to sell you propaganda. This video right here. Right. So in this video in Iran, by the way, there's a bunch of high school kids who are not part of the government, not part of the IRGC, and won't be fighting in this war. And instead, they're in the way. They're most likely going to be casualties of this war. They're cheering. They're cheering for the bombing that happened in Tehran. And these are people who are anti-government. And this is what they'll show you as propaganda to be like, yes, this is why we should strike Iran. Now, you're going to see this all over right-wing media, but you know what they won't show you? They won't show you this. They won't show you that Iran says 5 students killed in Israeli strike on a girls' school. They won't show you that. But they sure as hell will show you a bunch of boys going like, I love Trump in Iran, but they're not going to see you show the truth of little girls being bombed. See the propaganda? I mean, here's the thing. It's like this. You know, we got high schools, colleges filled with students who don't like Trump. Can you imagine if somebody was doing this to us? Somebody just filmed the whole college of I hate Trump and the No Kings protest, and we're just saying that, oh, well, United States must be in under a military regime, under a Judeo-Christian regime, a Judeo-Christian dictatorship, guys. Look at the students in high school that don't know nothing about their society, honestly. I mean, Lord knows I ain't know shit about like politics or anything when I was in high school, but hey. I know grown adults are going to take this as a reason why we need to continuously bomb Iran, but they won't see this. They won't take this and be like, you know what, guys, maybe this is the reason why we shouldn't be bombing recklessly in Iran. So I'm just telling you guys, prepare for the propaganda because it's coming. It's going to hit you hard. And trust me, they're going to try to gaslight you and tell you you're supporting the Ayatollah, but don't listen to them. You're standing up for human life and you need to stand on that.
I'll be on the TV/radio at 1 p.m. Central today. Please follow me on X at Real Alex Jones. Thank you and God bless. Pray for peace and pray for justice. And pray for the civilians and pray for our military.
Yep.
And pray the Iranians don't actually put a nuke, because they've got them, and hit Israel with it, because then it's potentially the end of the world. The exchanges are going to start up from that.
Iran hit Israel with Alex, really? No. If anything, Israel's going to hit Iran with a nuke. Israel got nukes ready. They're ready to go. Iran, they don't even got one. You say, well, you know they got one, bro. There's been no proof at all that Iran has nukes. But you know who do have nukes? Israel sure got them, and they're not inspected. They're not under any proliferation act, but it's all good, though, because they're Jewish or because they're Israelis. I mean, bro, let them have been Muslims. Oh, my God, that'd have been a world, bro. It'd have been a world crisis. Man, isn't it funny, the hypocrisy?
Every war game, any type of limited nuclear exchange goes full nuclear quickly with the whole world. The doomsday clock's never been closer to midnight. Pray, folks.
Yep, pray. All right, though, next video.
Talk of regime change by way of foreign intervention has dominated the news agenda over the past week, but history offers cautionary tales. The US-led invasion of Iraq, NATO's intervention in Libya, but also in Iran, where the US and UK sponsored regime change, ousting its prime minister decades ago. It began in the early 1900s. The British began developing Iran's oil industry in exchange for total control over exploration and sales, creating the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, later known as British Petroleum. Iran's vast oil reserves would be under British control for the next half-century, handing London double the revenue compared to that of Iran. But there was growing resentment. In the 1950s, a wave of nationalist voices began dominating Iran's parliament, led by Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, once Time magazine's Person of the Year.
Yeah, this guy, this nationalist voice for Iran, this what kind of brought on that revolution. Let's get into it.
Who took office on a platform to reduce the powers of the Shah and to nationalize Iran's oil industry, saying in a speech, "With the oil revenue, we could meet our entire budget and combat poverty, disease, and backwardness among our people." In Iran, the move was seen as a bold step towards economic sovereignty, but in Britain, a violation of its interests. In 1953, Britain convinced the US to assist in orchestrating a coup against Mossadegh in a covert operation of planting propaganda, fueling riots, and propping up military generals.
Planting propaganda. Oh, hate all Muslims. Fueling propaganda. Oh, save the Iranian citizens. Oh my God. It's like same thing they did back in the 50s are doing now, and you're falling for it.
Britain a violation of its interests. In 1953, Britain convinced the US to assist in orchestrating a coup against Mossadegh in a covert operation of planting propaganda, fueling riots.
Kind of seems like what we did a couple months ago, huh?
And propping up military generals, ultimately removing Mossadegh from power and restoring the reign of the Shah, who had briefly fled Iran. Though it brewed unforeseen consequences, planted the seeds of anti-Westernism, fueling the view that Iran had become simply a client of the West. Sentiments that grew, eventually contributing to the Islamic Revolution in 1979, a revolution that toppled 2,500 years of monarchy, replaced by a government with suspicion of the West ingrained in its worldview.
AKA, they got tired of being sold out to the West, and they got radicalized by that idea, and now they got somebody who completely hates the West, AKA Khomeini, or well, this is Khomeini's father, Khomeini.
Foreign meddling, not so much a success, but rather a setback, later admitted by those responsible.
The Eisenhower administration believed its actions were justified for strategic reasons, but the coup was clearly a setback for Iran's political development.
And as history threatens to repeat itself once more, a visceral aversion to foreign intervention remains woven in the fabric of Iran's identity. Behdad Mehichi, Al Jazeera.
And most people arguing with me about Iran don't even know that. That's just a sad reality. Most people who argue with me about Iran don't even know that. That's why I say pick up a history book. But all right, guys, I got to go ahead and head out, man. It's been a fun one. I'm glad I was able to cover everything with you guys. Let me make sure real quick, though, that I ain't missed no major updates. I'll probably give it an extra 10 minutes. Let's see here. Yeah, so far as I'm looking down everything, that seems to be it for now. Don't worry, guys. I will come back on later on probably tomorrow night and early in the morning to give you guys updates of what's been going on. I mean, shoot. Oh, yes. Yeah, the U.S. and Israel murdered 57 elementary school girls this morning. Here are the bloody backpacks. I mean, hey, they won't show you this, but they'll show you a bunch of young teenage boys talking about we love Trump, though. You see how they show you one side? Oh, Ryan Dawson even saying, oh, crap. I mean, it's official at this point. Zionists murdered 57 school children. But nobody's going to tell you this. I promise you. Will Fox News tell you this? Fuck no. CNN? F no. Nobody's going to tell you this but independent media what's really going on out there. And that's just the truth, guys. It's true. That's the truth. But all right, guys, I'll catch you guys on the next one, man. I'm going to go ahead and head out on a word from our sponsors, guys. So shout out to our guys over there at Kalshi. Make sure you take advantage of that deal, the 20 for 20 deal. Go to Kalshi, use promo code SETmedia to get that deal. This is Set with Set Media, and I will catch you guys on the next one. Make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel, guys. All right, peace. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, man. I'm here to talk to you about our partner, Kalshi. Kalshi is the largest legal prediction market in the United States with over 1 million users. It's available in all 50 states. They are a real money market. People trading on what they think will happen. You can build a position and trade in and out of almost any prediction you think. Kalshi facilitates trade between people kind of like the stock market. There's no limiting your trades just because you're winning. Kalshi will pay you interest on your position. So if you make a long-term trade, you can earn a return even before the market is resolved. If you want to try out Kalshi, go ahead and give them a try, guys, at my link, kalshi.com/setmedia. Get $20 when you trade 20, so it's 20 for 20, guys. Once again, that's kalshi.com/setmedia. Go ahead and use my code SETmedia to get $20 when you trade 20. Let's go ahead and take a look here at Kalshi, because like I said, it is a trading market where you can put in your prediction and you can go ahead and earn interest on that. You can make money off the knowledge that you know. And if you put $20 in, you get $20 back. So, all right, guys, make sure to go check out my guy Kalshi, because you can get in on good trades like who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Will Ali Khamenei be outed as the supreme leader? And will the U.S. confirm that aliens exist before 2027? So if you want to get in on this action, once again, go ahead and go to my partners at Kalshi. Go ahead and use the link, or you can hit the QR code above and use S.E.T Media to go ahead and get $20 when you trade 20. This is S.E.T from S.E.T Media, and shout out to Kalshi.
All right, I'm out. See you soon.